Ringside seats do not need cleansing.
Salute to everyone. Good evening, good evening, good evening. Welcome to another edition of Stand on Business with yours truly, Boss Man, the one and only Boss Man. Hey, I'd like to thank everyone for being here tonight. And as usual, this is going to be another interesting conversation, as objective as possible, as I always tend to try to do. And hopefully I am successful at it. Shout out to everyone again for being here. I appreciate it as we all file in. Just a little couple of housekeeping items really quick before we start looking around in the sanctuary, making sure that we give everyone their dues and props for showing up, because you could be anywhere else tonight on a auspicious middle of the week hump day, but you chose to be over here with me, and I greatly appreciate it. You're one and only a veteran Marine boss man. So at any rate, first things first, be sure to hit that like button and on your way in. All right, pay your tithes and offerings. Okay, it's free. All right, it's free. The like button is free, people. All right, and if you're new here, welcome. All right, we appreciate you. And if you like the content, please subscribe. All right, that too is also free. All right. And if you'd be so kind, I also have a YouTube channel. It's just getting started. It's the Objectivist Podcast. The link is in the chat also, so feel free to go over, give your boy a thumbs up over there as well, and subscribe if you like as well. And come on back over here. Don't go too far. Come on back, because we're gonna have a good conversation over here. All right. Now, with that out the way, the other part is also feel free to donate to the Black Men Unfiltered Network Cash App. Okay, scrolling at the bottom. Every so often, I'll ticker it across. All right, to make sure you are reminded that this ain't free. Okay, well, it is free to watch. Okay, but it'd be nice to also, contribute. All right, contribute. And I say that only because if you want to continue to have good content, the content is not free in that case, in that regard. Okay, no, I'm just playing, but it is free. But at any rate, feel free if you can and are able to support the BMU network as well. All right, through the Cash App below. And then, of course, if you like to donate to myself as well, I'd greatly appreciate it. But feel free to donate to the family. All right, I appreciate it, and we all appreciate you. Okay, but if not, we appreciate the support. All right, with that in mind, now who do we have in the sanctuary? Yikes. Let's see. Who we got? All right. So, lost in translation. I appreciate you, sir. Thank you. Appreciate you for being here. Jason Vega. Appreciate you for being here as well. Thank you for stopping by. Milani. Happy to see you. Happy Wednesday to you. Happy hump day. The lovely Lala. Appreciate you for being here. Let's see what else we got. Who else we got? Good evening to you, sir. Braxton, the Snake Fiend. Appreciate you always coming by and supporting the show. Thank you. All right, we're going to have a good conversation today, sir. All right. I'm going to botch this. Mincriff Joseph, or Mincrief. Mincriff. We're going to start with Mincriff. Good to see you, sir. What we know podcast, JT. Good evening, fam. Nice to see you as well, sir. All right. And thank you. Lost translation for putting that in chat for me again. All right. So, really quick, we're going to take a little bit of break from politics for the moment. I was going to be a little shyster tonight and do a little plug for the politics night, but I think we've all had just a little bit enough for the politics for the moment for tonight. So we're going to delve into a little bit of something else. But as you know, last week, I definitely, if you notice, past couple of weeks, seems like forever ago now. This week has been a very long one. I broke into a segment or a series for the LGBTQ conundrum, and I did a part 1 and part 2 series. Just to give you an idea, I'm not done whenever I switch series. Okay, there's plenty more to go into and delve into on that one. Okay, so hold your horses. Okay, just because I switch series doesn't mean that I'm done. It just leaves me room to opine more on it a little bit later. Okay, so we have more to dive into on that. But today I wanted to introduce a new series regarding the battle of the sexes. And I've been hearing a lot before getting into the YouTube arena, and while getting involved into the YouTube arena, there's obviously a consternation. There's a hornet's nest of brewing, basically, about wouldn't say gender wars. I would say the battle or the wars between the sexes. Okay. And like any, yes, over to politics for sure. And like any topic, if you haven't noticed, I pretty much start a series just about on every topic. And there's a reason for that. Like any topic, is always multifaceted. And I definitely don't want, I feel as though when it comes to these type of things, I think we end up talking over and around and through the situation, as opposed to breaking apart each situation, bit by bit, and talking about it, everything in a granular level, and breaking apart level by level, and really trying to get to the why, trying to get to the source of it. And tonight I'm going to attempt to try, well, not attempt to try, that's a double talk. I'm going to try to get to or find a source of the battle between the sexes. I don't know how great of a job I'm going to do at it tonight, but I'm going to try. Okay. And as I was mulling this over, I was trying to figure out where to start. And I landed on accountability. And ironically enough, as I was, give you a little bit of a backstory, as I was trying to find material, and you know me, and those who don't, you will learn. As I tried to find information, I always try to bring data. I try to bring information to ensure that I am presenting an objective approach and an objective mask to everyone. And I couldn't find any quantifiable data about accountability. What does that say? One could figure that it says that people don't report on accountability. But on the other hand, it could mean that accountability is really so obscure or so internal and maybe even subjective, that maybe it can't be quantified, or people choose to not make it quantifiable. I mean, hell, we have reasons, we have data on the reasons why people end up, I don't know, divorcing. We have that, which is largely, I don't know, largely subjective to some degree, but we don't have any data on accountability. So I'm going to have to talk abstractly about this particular subject today. And so before I get into a few of the clips to kind of pick apart what I found, I do want to make note of my observation. I hardly found anyone who spoke objectively about accountability in a non-biased way or an unbiased way. Number one. Two, when I tried to find anything about it, I found a lot of information about women not being able not being able to take accountability or exude or express or exemplify accountability. I wonder why that is. So, the first question I'm going to ask, and the only main prompt I'm going to ask tonight before I get into the material I'm going to show tonight, and then get into my synopsis, and then offer up a chance for anyone to come up on the panel or to provide any commentary that I provide that I see in the chat. If anyone does come up, the requirement is for you to show your face. Okay, I got to see your face so I know who I'm talking to, why I'm talking to you, and understand your position and put a face to a position. Okay, that is a requirement. Okay, so the only question I'm going to have for the night, and I think from Lost perspective here, shout out to Lost in Translation, a hornet's nest it is. And here's the question. You ready? Who struggles with accountability the most? Men or women? And I think depending on what side of the field you stand on, it really would determine your answer, predicated by what side of the fence you're on. Now, while that question is up on the screen, I have a couple things on this. There's different types of accountability. You have general accountability, relative or relational accountability, and you have societal accountability. Now, on the general accountability, there is the personal aspect of it. And then on the relational accountability, you have the interpersonal aspect of relational. Okay. And then on the societal accountability, there is the communal aspect. Okay. Sorry, I keep looking at what I wrote down because I want to make sure that I am accurate with what it is that I said. So bear with me as I reposition this. Excuse me. So general, which is relative to personal, relational, which is interpersonal, and then societal, which is more communal. So I got to ask the question: when it comes to accountability, now that we have at least my quantifying aspect of this conversation, who struggles with it most, men or women? So Lala says equal parts. Lost in Translation says those who haven't been introduced to accountability. Now that's fair. We're gonna get into that, Lost. I'm gonna save that one. We're gonna get in that one. Those who struggle with accountability are those who lack self-awareness. That is indeed true as well. Appreciate it, Lala. So I think in society, we pretty much live in a world where, depending on which generation you're from, you may have a different approach or a different purview, if you will, a different perspective. But I think we live in a world where, for the most part, depending on where you sit, everyone seems to have a little bit of an issue with accountability. The different facets of accountability, I think, is stronger with one gender than the other. Pretty much is. Oh, I'm sorry, not gender. Oh, Lord, I gotta be more specific. With one sex than the other one. So I'm going to get into the material really quick because I got a lot to get through as far as the material. And I'm going to explain my position. And I'm going to give a little bit more color to this because I'm not going to go where you think I'm going to go. At least I'm not going to go where I think you think I'm going to go. All right. So here we go. Oh, here we go. Nothing answer. Both sides are damaged and need help and support. I agree with that. But you'd be surprised where I'm going to go with this, Milani. All right. And I hope at the end of this, we can understand at least my position on it, and understand at least the first step of maybe solving the contention with at least the first step of solving the contention between the two sexes within this war between the two sexes. So here we go.
I'm sorry, I'm wrong. A lot of men fail in relationships and marriages because they think that they don't have to say, I'm sorry, or they feel like they don't have to, do what it takes to fix the marriage or the relationship. And then they wonder why women check out. Brothers, I'm just talking real. A good woman will mimic how you move. So if you mess up and you just give her a dry, I'm sorry, and then that's it, and you don't do anything to fix it, she's going to check out. Why? Because she's going to feel like you don't really care about her. You don't really love her. Men, one of the greatest mistakes that you can make is to not make haste in fixing it when you mess up. Don't let time go by before you work as hard as you possibly can to fix it. That is a deadly and detrimental mistake to your relationship or marriage, especially if you have a good woman. So if you don't take anything else from this video, real men, a good man, takes accountability for his actions and he fixes it. Fix it, man. Don't let that good woman get away. Motivation you.
Doesn't take personal accountability. Listen, liars and manipulators do not hold themselves accountable. They got every excuse in the book, always making it about it's this, it's that, it's this person, trying to hide from any consequences, trying to hide from any work that they're gonna have to do to make anything better. So when you notice that this man never takes accountability, this is a huge red flag.
All right. So now that is from the man's perspective. And to provide a synopsis on that is essentially there's some caveats on the accountability aspect. And what I take from that is understanding that you as a man, your responsibility to your significant other, and I would go so far as to say your wife, because we're going to talk about who you're accountable to on not on a personal level, but on an interpersonal level, right? If you are remaining accountable, if you are accountable to the right person, and do you have the right person in your life? But remaining accountable to yourself, and then accountable for your actions and how that plays a role within the relationship, and being accountable to yourself and to the other person for your actions that you enacted, and being accountable for the fact that you selected this person to be in your life. Okay, provided that you married this individual. Okay, on that level. So that's from the man's perspective. Okay, now, ladies, we're getting ready to turn tables, and this is more for I'm going to say again, the interpersonal portion, because I'm going to start on the interpersonal aspect before I get to the communal and societal accountability. So there's a reason I'm doing what I'm doing. Now I see this right here. We're going to get there. I understand, BMU. Just hold your pitchforks for a second. Your accountability has nothing to do with the other person. It's a personal issue. I agree to an extent. We're going to get there. Here we go.
For a very
Ladies.
long time, and working with thousands of men for over a decade, one big question has continued to come up over and over and over again, especially from men, which is why can't women take accountability when they are in the wrong in a relationship? You've probably seen the online memes and the videos and the jokes, and this isn't some biased narrative or perspective. This is something that a lot of women openly admit to struggling with. They say, I struggle to take accountability in a relationship. I struggle to take ownership for my part of the relationship. Or they have a couple relationships where the exact same challenge happens over and over again, and the relationship ends, and they finally come to a place of saying, maybe it wasn't all those guys. Maybe I had something to do with that. And they reflect and finally come to the realization that there was some part that they played in it. So I'm going to do two things in this video. I'm going to break down why women are not incentivized to take accountability in a relationship, and why there are certain structures that actually lead to women being disincentivized towards accountability. And I'm going to talk to you guys about how you can actually support accountability in your relationship. Because I think one of the most frustrating things for men, for all of us guys in a relationship, is when our partner, when a woman, our girlfriend, our wife can't take accountability. It can be very, very frustrating because it can actually halt and diminish the connection and the intimacy and the growth and the progress of a relationship. And oftentimes men will take over accountability, which can lead to the perception that men are the problem in the relationship. Let's dive in. Why do women avoid accountability, and why do some women? Again, not all women. This isn't for every single one. So before, ladies, you start to go in the comments and tell me that you're the exception, and before I hear the not me's, assume, ladies, that I am not talking about you personally or directly. I'm talking about a generality. This isn't a universe.
Okay. So now already in this right here, notice the difference in how men address men when it comes to talking about accountability. When it comes time to talk to a man about accountability or talk about, adjusting oneself, men are very direct. We just go straight to the point. We don't have to quantify. We don't have to, give categories. But for women, however, look at what we have to do. We have to go straight to, we have to kind of, tarry. We have to kind of, give a surreptitious kind of approach and say, hey, we're not talking about this. We're not talking about that. Notice how he has to adjust the actual approach. Pay attention. And if you're the kind of person that he have to adjust the approach in order to actually get the message through on every situation, you might be a kind of person that has an accountability issue, whether you're male or female. Check it out.
Universal, right? Not every single woman on the face of the planet struggles with accountability. This is about the ones that do. So first and foremost, there are different social strategies between men and women when it comes to status. So men gain social clout and men gain social status through accountability, through responsibility. And men who build themselves to take on more accountability, to gain more status, they are required to take accountability. And you can see this in the socialization of young girls and boys, where there is much more stricter punishment on boys. You can see this in jail times. You can see this in the stats and the data between men and women who commit the exact same crime. Men will be punished on average quite a bit more than women. There's a different expectation that part of being a man and part of being good at being a man is taking accountability, whereas women gain status through social cohesion. So it's less about accountability and it's more about agreeableness. And often this is at all costs. Men will attack issues directly with other men. So when there's a problem between men that are in a social group, they will force another man to take accountability, upholding moral or ethical rule, right? So if there's a guy in a group that's really stepping out of line or he's betrayed another man, usually that man will be confronted and he will be forced to take accountability, right? Men are generally the ones upholding rules, laws, ethics, values. It's not to say that women don't do that, but within our system, generally it is men who are holding other men and women accountable.
Okay. So I want to touch on this for a second. So now this goes back to, now remember earlier in my, kind of sort of, lullful monologue earlier, I kind of mentioned that when it comes to accountability, you kind of have to start somewhere, right? You can't just start in the middle of a conversation or start in the middle of a concept and then start your way out. You kind of have to start somewhere. You have to start from the beginning. Okay. So when it comes to accountability and in this concept here with women in itself and men too. So we'll just cut it down, even down the board. A lot of these issues start from an early age of how the two sexes are raised from the very, very beginning. And as you can see, or what is being suggested here, is that even boys and girls are raised socially different in a sense where punishment for the same abhorrent behaviors or same, stubbornness and recalcitrant behaviors, okay, is punished more severely, typically, societally, is punished more severely for men or for males than it is for females. And what this then starts to kind of sort of program in a female's mind is that my actions typically don't or will not result into something that is necessarily deserving of the same type of punishment as it would be for my male counterpart. All right. In other words, it creates a sense of entitlement. It creates subconsciously, it creates a sense of deserving feeling, or in other words, entitlement, where I as a woman or a female can basically go about in the world and move about without receiving adequate and due punishment or penalty for my actions. And I'm going to basically get away with things. Why? Because the world has basically trained me or taught me from a young age that I'm not due my just punishment, essentially, from a young age, essentially. All right. Now, with that in mind, some of that is by design because society tends to protect what is dear to society, which are the females. Some of that's by design. But I'd argue that it's almost an overcorrection at times, especially in a society that says that women or females are socially and economically or socioeconomically equal. Let's proceed.
To ethics and morals and the rule of law. Whereas within women, when somebody steps out of line, the way to socially punish that person or keep that person in line is not always through direct confrontation and holding that woman accountable. It is often things like reputation attacks and slandering and gossiping that are deployed to try and get some type of social coherence or obedience or following the rules, however you want to frame that. The aim is similar between men and women, but the tools that are deployed are different. Men will use direct confrontation. They will use accountability. Women will generally use things, again, like I said, like reputation attacks or gossiping to try and have a woman that is maybe out of line or disconnected from the rest of the social group to try and sort of keep her in line. And so while men risk rejection from the group to uphold moral and ethical standards, the only time women will risk moral and ethical rule in order to stay in the group. And so you can see this within, like you have a group of teenage girls, it's very common that they will lie or bend the truth in order to try and fit into that social group where that is less common amongst young boys and men. The second thing that disincentivizes women to take accountability is what I call the patriarchy virus. And this patriarchy virus, I liken it to the idea of original sin. And this is the notion that, right, to Christians, everyone's born with sin. And there's a notion in certain parts of feminism that says that only men are born with original sin, aka every problem in society is because of the patriarchy, and every problem relationally is because of men. And because men are part of the patriarchy, they are, quote unquote, the problem. And the modern narrative that some women have adopted is that women don't need men and the world would be better without men. And so men are really put into this villain role, and this creates this predatory prey mentality or this victim and villain positioning where women are always in the victim position and men are always in the villain position, or women are always in the prey position and men are always in the predatory position.
So in a society like this, where let's say if he's absolutely correct, okay, I don't have to tell you if he's absolutely correct. You can look around and do your own assessment. But let's say if he's absolutely correct, then in a world like that, we can easily fathom a world where it doesn't matter what a woman does, a woman is just naturally believed without due process. Or in that case, if a woman were to call the police, for instance, even though the woman is the one that is performatively committing the physical abuse in that case, then in that instance, the police officer will be less likely to believe that the man is actually the victim. Just thought.
And when you have this type of dynamic set out, when you're in the prey position or the victim position, you don't have to be responsible for things that are going wrong because you are in the quote unquote position without power. And so relationally, what happens, depending on the woman that you're with, there can be this very large victim mentality, or there can be this mentality that men are more relationally wrong than women. And what that leads to is when conflict arises, the perception that the man is automatically and natively in the wrong. And so he needs to be accountable for his actions, his behaviors, his beliefs, the way that he talked. And women will kind of disengage, disassociate, that's maybe too strong of a word, but they'll distance themselves from the accountability because the perception is the men are in the wrong and they are always in the wrong relationally. Now, the last piece is an interesting one, and that's dependency. And you could look at this from an evolutionary standpoint, an evolutionary psychology standpoint, but women, or even just a social structure standpoint, women have really been and are still sometimes socialized to be more dependent on men, and specifically to be more agreeable. So there's a notion that women have to be more agreeable and statistically are more agreeable, according to the research, which can create a kind of dynamic where taking accountability with the person that you depend on can feel like a threat to their safety. And so for some women that feel more dependent on a man, that have been sort of taught and told that they need to be more agreeable, or the inverse of that, right? Like, do not be agreeable in any way, shape, or form, right? Do not be agreeable with men at all because men are in the wrong. This is the previous point. You are disincentivized to take accountability for your actions. And you're disincentivized because if you are dependent on a man wholly and you're in the wrong, then there's a threat and a risk that he might leave you. And so conflict, arguments, when you've sort of acted out of line, maybe said or did things that are harmful or hurtful to your partner or the relationship itself, there's a disincentivization to actually take accountability of that because of the fear of, if I take accountability for that, the person that I'm dependent on or the person that I need to be agreeable to might leave me. And that would cause a lot of shame and a lot of embarrassment and a lot of things that go along with that. And it becomes more complicated when, say, you're a stay-at-home and you rely on your partner, your husband or your boyfriend for financial security for you and your child. That all of a sudden amplifies this notion of, I have to be overly agreeable. I can't take accountability. If I do, like, what would happen? It might damage our relationship. And sometimes it's not even a conscious reaction. It is an unconscious protection response that's deployed by a woman who is afraid for the stability of her family. So
Now, I got to ask a question, and something to think about before we proceed is, does anyone see how this is inherently some type, a level of fear mongering for the women's side? To naturally believe, and what did he call it? Patriarchal virus. If you grew up in a world thinking that because you live in a society that is male dominant, okay, let me flip this really quick. Think about how this sounds. If a man walks around in life thinking that, perfect example, black man walks around and he constantly thinks that the white man is the enemy. And the white man is constantly the enemy. He's constantly someone that is, keeping him down, putting his foot on his neck, proverbially, of course. Although we have physical instances of that, but okay, let's take the proverbial approach. And the white man is the reason why he's never able to actually make it in life, get anywhere in life, can't get a promotion, can't be fiduciarily, new word, on a responsible on the fiduciary level, can't get, can't, if it's always somebody else's fault because this is a quote unquote white man's world. Doesn't that not sound similarly, but on a different color scale here? Does that not sound like another realm of a victimizing situation, of constantly being a victim? It sounds the same to me. If you disagree, just say you disagree in the chat. But to me, if you are raised with the mindset that this world, because it's a patriarchy, sure, that because of so, everything is the man's fault. And therefore, it trickles down from a societal or a communal level. It trickles down to your inability to be accountable in your interpersonal accountability respect, on that capacity. That's diabolical. I don't know. Let's continue.
All that said, guys, let's talk about how do you actually hold a woman accountable in your relationship when maybe she is acting out of alignment with the agreements in your relationship, when maybe she is acting in a way that is damaging the relationship itself. It's not a personal thing to you. You're not trying to attack her or criticize her. It's just that there are things that are happening that you're like, this isn't okay for me. It's not okay for the relationship. And this is now hindering and hurting the relationship. The first thing is to stop trying to demand or overpower her into accountability. What a lot of men will do when a woman isn't taking accountability for her part in a conflict, in an argument, in some type of dysfunction in the relationship, they will immediately move to anger or aggressiveness, and they will try and either demand through logic and rationality, or they will try and dominate and overpower that woman into a kind of a submission into accountability. And this is very, very harmful for the trust between you and her. If she feels like you are trying to dominate her into submissiveness, into accountability, she will likely always fight back, and it will make it much harder for her to see her part because she will feel threatened by you, and as she should. So you have to move out of and see how you might be approaching the conversation around her taking accountability or her actions from a place of demanding accountability or trying to dominate her into accountability, which will never produce the result that you want. So where do you begin? You start by regulating. When something has happened, you need to begin by making sure that you are in a grounded and as calm place as possible in order to engage in the conversation around accountability with the woman that you are with. If you are dysregulated, if you are overly volatile, that conversation is not going to go anywhere, because that emotional volatility will be the thing that either she uses or becomes an excuse or becomes the thing that she's afraid of, that doesn't allow for the conversation about accountability to actually happen properly. The next thing is reinforcing that there's nothing.
Okay. So really quick on that point, I'm getting some contention there. So I'm gonna put a bullet there really quick, because I'm gonna ask a question, because I've heard men before say this before, and I'm gonna repeat this. Are our women, meaning not our girlfriends, not our significant others, I'm talking about our wives, are they not a reflection of ourselves? And we are not accountable to or for the one that we chose. So if you put those two together, then what he's saying is not incorrect. If you are volatile, if you are not regulated, if you are not in control, and not to say that you have to be perfect at this, because I'm going to divulge and tell you that I'm not always perfect at this. But if it's true that our wives, because I'm talking about wives here, because we can talk about whether or not you should be accountable to, on a interpersonal level, accountable to a girlfriend or, significant other. But we're talking about here for the purposes of long term, and say that you actually, are grounded yourself to someone on a serious level. Then the question it then becomes is, is your wife not a reflection of you? Does she not represent you? So if that's the case, then if you are the head, that means if you are the head of the relationship or head of the marriage, head of the household, and she is the neck, that means you are the consciousness or the primary consciousness of that unit. Would you not? So let's go back again, and we're going to listen to that part again. Now that we have some agreement here, because I got a yes, they should be, yes, we are, and I have one dissent. So with that in mind, let's go back and listen again.
Volatile, that conversation is not going to go anywhere, because by making sure that you are in a grounded and as calm place as possible in order to engage in the conversation around accountability with the woman that you are with. If you are dysregulated, if you are overly volatile, that conversation is not going to go anywhere, because that emotional volatility will be the thing that either she uses or becomes an excuse or becomes the thing that she's afraid of, that doesn't allow for the conversation about accountability to actually happen properly. The next thing is reinforcing that there's nothing.
Now, I'm going to make room and suggest that, because say I have Edward here. He says not today's wives, but they're supposed to be a reflection of us. But a lot of women switch up who they are after they're married. And Edward, point goes for you. You are absolutely correct that women do tend to switch up after they are married. But now I'm going to push back, because men can switch up too. So it's not just a woman or a male thing. I'm going to suggest that people switch. Now, what you're talking about is a nefarious thing where that representative, okay, has been duping you for a while. And what you have there is a snake. And if you did not vet, not you personally, of course, but if someone did not vet this representative out long enough, now we have a different problem. And then does that not fall back on the man to be accountable to vet this individual out? Because I don't care what happens in life. Strife, problems, financial problems, some real shit going down in a relationship, that representative does not stick around very long for most women. And if it does for those that allows that representative to stick around through all that shit, then you have a different beast on your hands. Most representatives usually tap out when shit gets real. So then it goes back to accountability. Okay? Because let's talk about it really quick. Most of the time when people are, I showed a stat the other day, a few weeks ago, and I showed a stat about the religious demographics within America. And in large part, roughly 70 to 75% of America are Christians to some degree. Okay. So with that in mind, it's safe to say that if someone's going to date or someone's going to interact with someone with the intent to marry, more than likely they're going to interact and engage and move about this relationship as if they are, doing so with a Christian mindset to some degree, okay? Or something involved with religion to some degree, okay? And so what typically happens here is that people end up marrying either, if they're really staunch religious on the right end of the spectrum, because I think people's practice of religion happens on a spectrum. Okay, so people who are really staunch, they end up marrying just to be able to check a religious box if they're staunch religiously. And those who are not so staunch religiously, but have some religious convictions to some degree, they tend to allow those convictions to kind of push them a little bit to some degree, but they still fall prey or fall victim to other reasons, other bad or not suggest. I I would say non-recommended reasons to get married. Like, for instance, reasons such as I just like the person, or the person and that other person and I vibe very well, or we are in the honeymoon phase and phases, and everything seems to really work just fine, and we're just really easy to be together. These things are not reasons to marry somebody. You know how you know you should be able to marry somebody? Well, one of the reasons is if someone is willing to sacrifice for you. That's a good reason. Or here we go. Having a baby is not a good reason to get married. Facts. Someone is pouring into you, and you didn't have to ask. Someone is sacrificing for you out of good faith. Someone is trying to show you what they want to be when they're not quite there yet. These are non-tangibles versus they got a fat ass or they got a nice dick. I'm just saying, a lot of people end up getting married during the honeymoon phase, and you really shouldn't, because I forget what judge said it. No, not a judge. Who is the lady that played in a show, How to Get Away with Murder? I want to say her name is Olivia, but I cannot remember her name to save my life now, and that's my lady. Anyway, she said that your marriage starts the day Viola Davis. Thank you, JT. Your marriage starts the day you wake up and you look at that person and you say, "I want to strangle you, and I don't know why." Or a judge said, the day that the honeymoon is over with, that's when your marriage starts. Or how about the day that the first conflict happens and you are forced to deal with each other through that conflict? So back to the other point. Yes, there are people who do change over time nefariously, but I'm going to say something to you, Edward. People change over time. And marriage has to allow room for people to change. When you're in a marriage tends to bring out the darkest part about yourself that you never knew were even there. And that's not always because you were aware that they were there and you were hiding it. Is that person's fault? Is it your fault that a dark part of you came out that you didn't know was there during your marriage? And if that's the case, then I'd say to your comment here is that, which is, by the way, I'm not picking you intentionally. This is a good point, because men are scared of this reason, of this thing right here. So ladies, this is a real fear that men have about marriage right here. This is it right here. So then the question to then ask is, does marriage have room for grace? And if you don't think it does, then marriage is not for you. And therefore, expecting accountability for someone is a moot point, especially if you're not willing to wait around for accountability to even be developed, or for that matter, for accountability to be expressed or exuded, because you're not looking to really settle down and actually get roots. So if that's the case, then there's no need to expect accountability from anyone when you're able to really just pack up and leave when things get tough and things really get hard and get going. Don't expect accountability for someone if you're not in a situation where you're actually in a position where you got skin in the game and you're sacrificing and you got something to fucking lose. Press play.
Wrong with her, and that her taking accountability or owning what has happened is not going to be a threat to the relationship. For a lot of women, what has happened in their life is that when a man has wanted them to take accountability, he's threatened the relationship. He says, if you can't own this, I'm out. If you can't do this, I'm out. And so the relationship becomes a bargaining chip that a man sometimes will use, or other women will use. Because again, women are sometimes afraid that men will deploy some of the same social tactics that women in their life has deployed, right? Because when a woman in social circles, when women don't act in the ways that other women expect them to, they will deploy social slandering, gossiping, reputational attacks in order to try and either push them out of the group or get their agreement, basically. So you have to reinforce there's nothing wrong with her. There's not something faulty or defective about her. And what you're talking about is not a threat to the relationship. Maybe it might feel like that in the bigger picture, but you want to reinforce, hey, I want to have a conversation with you about something that's not okay. Right? This isn't okay with me. Now, that doesn't mean there's anything wrong with you, and I'm not threatening the safety or the security of our relationship. Oftentimes, just stating that fact, there's nothing wrong with you, and this doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with our relationship or that there's a threat to our relationship, is going to put her physically, mentally, and emotionally at ease, where she can hear like, oh, okay, this doesn't, like, I don't need to defend myself because I'm broken or something wrong with me, and I don't need to worry about.
So unfortunately, we live in a world where it basically trains women subconsciously and subliminally to basically fear men and to fear the relationship. I don't think I ever grew up, and fellas, you guys can tell me, but I don't think I ever grew up in life fearing women for the sake of fearing women. I don't think that was actually indoctrinated. I think that was just developed from experiencing women. However, I think women are actually kind of programmed the opposite direction to some degree. Maybe I'm incorrect there. So when we are engaging with women, especially, and again, I'm saying wives in particular, or the ones that you are in serious committed relationships with, you almost have to talk the walls down, in a sense, in order to actually get through. And the only way to do that is to be able to first emulate what you are expecting. But this goes back to the accountability portion on us. If we are the leaders, how can we lead if we're not emulating? How can we expect them to follow if we don't emulate what it is that we are expecting? I'm gonna get on that and get more on that in a minute. Somebody asked the question earlier that I'm going to touch on. Grace is part of a marriage, but how much grace? I can't answer that question to you because that's going to be subjective to each individual person as to how much grace you should allow for you. The religions, the religious sphere, I have to pause for a second before I answer this question. The religious sphere would suggest that once you're married, and that's it. So buckle up, buttercup, get as much grace as you need and find some more on standby and buy some more. Okay. And if you have to, borrow some more and put that shit on a credit card. But the world that we live in has different plans. So I would say, I don't know your religious affiliation. I don't know, but I would say just in general, that level of grace and how much grace to actually provide in a marriage, that's going to be dependent upon how much you are willing to provide and how much you think that you are going to need relative to how impervious or how imperfect you believe you are. And I say that only because I believed in my life that I was perfect until myself, I believed that I needed my own grace. You'll never know when you need grace extended to you. So it's important to extend grace. If that answers the question. All right. Let's roll.
Whether or not you're telling me that the relationship is over or that you want out. So that comes next. And then finally is talk about impact and potentially non-negotiables. Her actions, her behaviors, what was the impact on you? Again, from a grounded place, from a calm place, when she did or said or chose what she wanted to do, say, or choose, what was the impact on you personally? And communicating that as clearly as possible in many ways is going to be perceived as vulnerability by her. Hey, when you did that, or when you said that, it hurt me because of X, Y, and Z. Or when you did that or said that, it made me question whether or not I can really trust you because it felt like you were crossing a line in our relationship. Again, depersonalizing it, not threatening the relationship. You're not demanding that she takes accountability. You are speaking from a place of here's the impact that your actions, behaviors, choices, and words had on me. And when you do that, you are presenting to a woman, you are presenting to her the impact in a way where there's an opening for her to take accountability by saying, oh, I understand. Oh, I get that, because you're talking about some type of internal impact. So let me know what you would add to this. If there's anything that you think was missed, I'm curious to hear your thoughts. Make sure you man it for
Mute Monster got me. So I want you guys to understand something. I want you guys to take stock that there was a longer video on the women and a shorter video on the men. Okay. Now, take a moment and I want us to dial it back because, again, I can't talk about the relationship aspect until we talk about the communal aspect of accountability or society itself. And then there's mention that we can't have, people can't experience or it's not experience, but I guess exude or express accountability until they actually experience it. Okay. Well, you would expect that accountability will come as a norm to any adult, provided that they were subjected to some level of accountability from their upbringing, from adolescence, on up. Okay. So societally speaking, if society does not impart accountability to both sexes equally on a society level, then how can we expect for a woman to impart, or for that matter, exude or express or practice accountability in a interpersonal, in a relationship level? But we're skipping one. We're skipping the personal aspect of accountability. Now, this is where everyone seems to think that it's only personal for accountability. And it is personal. It starts personally. But the problem is that first you need to teach it communally in order for it to be something that is practiced personally, and then for it to be expressed or exuded or exemplified interpersonally. So to lost in translation, shout out to you, sir. That's what I mean when I say ensuring that you are picking the right individual to be accountable to. And here's what I mean by that. If you are constantly over if you're constantly over accounting actions, then you are allowing somebody else to be able to obfuscate their level of accountability where they should have it, and you're taking over the level of accountability where it's not balanced. But also, if someone doesn't deserve your accountability, meaning that if a man is being accountable and he's exuding and expressing that, demonstrating that, and a woman comes in and kicks him while he's already down, that's already a problem. That woman does not deserve that man's accountability. That's what I mean when I say, who are you being accountable to, towards, in a sense. That's what I mean when I say that. So, who is supposed to be, or who is more charged with more accountability? Is it men or is it women? Well, before we answer that question, check this out.
Yes,
Listen
sir.
up, brother. Listen up.
I hear you, brother. This is what you have to remember. The average black woman in America don't get no older than about 14. So just talk to her and deal with her like you dealing with a 14-year-old. Don't come at her like you dealing with an equal, because she's not going to be able to accept that. You got to go way back. And we cut off at about 14 or 15. We don't develop and mature no further until we get some new information and accept some different information.
Now, I'm pretty sure every man in this chat is going to agree with that statement. Right? Now I'm gonna wait for this one. Every man in here is going to agree with that. Because we're all taught, and women are all taught, that women mature faster than men. And therefore, women are the smartest. They are the most wisest. They are the most, they practice the highest level of discernment. Right? And then we on the men's side, we sit back and we say that we're the leaders. We are the the progenitors of what is supposed to be logical and sound and grounded and foundational, and what makes the most sense and less irrational and less neurotic or trait neuroticism. Correct? If that is the case, and if what is she saying is to be the truth, and a woman does not advance until she is imparted or is subjugated to new information from a more logical individual, then why do we engage with women in any other way than like an adult talking to a child? If that is the case. Because when an adult is talking to a child, if this is the case, if an adult is talking to a child or a teen, who is more accountable? Men or the adult or that child? So this goes back to men picking the right individual. Well, she ain't wrong. When you learn better, you do better. I would give it to about 17, though. And even in certain religious texts, when I was a child, I thought I was a child, but now that I'm a man, I put away childish ways. Yeah, a woman are going to want to shake the tables in that one. Absolutely. Too often, what I hear oftentimes is that between the two sexes, I see a lot of finger pointing. I see a lot of it's their fault. It's their fault. It's their fault. It's their fault. It's the woman's fault because she can't take accountability. Well, I don't disagree that women have a problem taking accountability and responsibility, because here's the deal. Here's the deal. I heard someone say this, and I happen to agree with this equation. Women want the authority of a man, the perks of a woman, and the responsibility of a child. Let that sink in. Authority of a man, perks of a woman, and responsibility of a child. And with accountability, it requires awareness, acknowledgement, and adjusted action. And too often times, the absence or the abdication of these three traits are similar to what you would find in a child. Now, I wonder, what does it mean when a man is unable to exude those same three traits? And we have a man that suffers with those same three traits, trying to lead a woman who by nature is going to struggle by her natural design, struggle with those same three traits. What do we have? We want to point the finger at women and say, well, they accept bad behavior. Well, we accept bad behavior too. Don't worry. I got something for that too. But here's the thing. I have an understanding as to why both of us suffer from the lack of accountability. See, for women believe that they're already perfect. They operate from a simplified devil dog. They operate from a place of assumed perfection. That's their problem. Yeah, I know some women ain't gonna like this. That's fine. They can not like it and hit the like button and make sure you subscribe and donate to the channel if you like the content. And if you don't like it, then hit the like button. It's free. But they operate from a place of perfection. They believe that they're already perfect. And when you're born on top of the hill, born with all of your value, why else would you think that why else would you think that you're anything else but impervious to any mistakes or blemish? You couple that with the world telling you that, hell, you can't even have cellulite and adipose tissue in abundance, and it's considered beautiful. Ooh, damn it! Wait. I said it.
Oh, Lord.
You can't even agree with a woman that there is something wrong with her, and it's a problem. You tell a woman today that she is supposed to get exactly what it is that her male counterpart is supposed to get, and she will lose her shit. Don't believe me? Women are now slated. They are a couple votes away from being slated to being lined up to be signed up for a selective service for the draft. Women are losing their shit over that, but they also want equality. Pick one. But they are told their entire lives that they are perfect. And if anything else happens to them, it's somebody else's fault. Or if they do the same thing, they're told the same thing that their counterparts does, they don't get the same punishment or the same level of punishment, or even if they're punished at all. And they're told that they're beautiful exactly the way they are. And the ironic part about it is they spend a buttloads amount of money covering exactly what the world says that is perfect. And the only reason why they're told that is because of what's between their legs. And here's the funny part, fellas. We are complicit in that. Why? Because when a woman in our lives is acting poorly, we don't hold them to account. Why? Because we're too afraid to not get access to what's between their legs. But hang on, got to get to it.
Oh, Lord.
We focus so much on access and the lack of access to the point that we're afraid to just call shit out exactly how it is.
Oh, Lord.
So because you're afraid of not getting some box that night, you're afraid to call shit out how it is? So how can you call out accountability when you're complicit in your own lack of accountability?
Oh, Lord.
Come on, somebody. Now, we want to say that women. Now, I'm gonna come back to the men for a second because I'm going back and forth because I got. Listen, I got hollow points for everybody because accountability definitely goes both ways, and I'm sick of the entire finger pointing on both ends without realizing that there should be that the first step to accountability is awareness, self-awareness. Self-awareness. And then acknowledgement. I could care less about a fucking apology. What I want you to do is acknowledge what you did. And fellas, if you want a woman to practice these 3 A's, awareness, acknowledgement, adjusted action, to complete the trifecta of accountability, you have got to practice it. And yes, that means that you're going to have to take some bullets. You're going to have to take some scratches. It means you're going to have to take some and not get any in order for you to get the achieved or to desired result. Because you can't demand what you don't produce. Now, really quick, ladies, I oftentimes hear this trash, that women are the most disrespected, unprotected. Well, I'll just let him say it.
Muslims, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us to respect our women and to protect our women. And the only time a Muslim really gets real violent is when someone goes to molest his woman. We will kill you for our woman. I'm making it plain, yes. We will kill you for our women.
Hmm. Hmm. Was Malcolm X talking about those women? Now, all of me just says no. Malcolm X was not talking about those women at all. And fellas, you're absolutely right. Women do and have had a history of accepting and professing and promulgating this type of debaucherous behavior. Okay, this repugnant behavior. Sorry, I need to get it out. We do. I mean, they do. But fellas, don't we do the same thing?
I'm from, and that's on the radio. Girls on girls, that's promoting lesbianism to my. I ain't got no manners for no.
I ain't got no manners for no.
I'm gonna put my thumb in her butt.
I'ma put my thumb in her butt.
I like girls kissing girls where I'm from, and that's on the radio. Girls on girls, that's promoting lesbianism to my daughter as we driving to school. This song they playing with Drake.
Girls want girls where I'm from.
Everything that you're saying has some truth to it. It's just the delivery.
When you addressing evil, you can't worry about the delivery. When you looking at the conditions of our community, you can't worry about the evil when you got kids that kill kids and say we on Tuka.
In my lungs, I say that every time 'cause he got.
These talking about killing each other. They really, that thug said, I shot at your mama, you don't mention me no more.
I shot at his money, now he no longer mention me.
He really shot that mama. These are confessing to murders on songs. Come on, don't be hypocrites, black people. Y'all can't listen to this music if y'all so caught up in like that to get my point across. Cause when I wasn't talking like that, wearing a bow tie, y'all wasn't paying me no attention, and I was going to the Supreme Court changing laws and legislations in this country. I was working with over 50 U.S. congressional members, from Ted Cruz to Mark Rubio, Senator John Cornyn. I was on the front page of the American Bar Association Journal. Y'all wasn't paying attention then. So I gave y'all what y'all want. A ignorant motherfucker that talk like them rappers. Now y'all paying attention, huh? I got y'all attention, checkmate. Now let me tell y'all what y'all need to hear. We f***ed up as a race of people. since y'all so caught up into my delivery. 5% of children now are catching HIV from ages 13 to 21. What y'all worried about? 85% of the new chlamydia, all the new cases are teenagers. What y'all so caught up about? Only 35% of most kids in inner cities can read on or above their grade level. What the f are y'all talking about and these kids can't read?
So I bring that up because I wanted to be able to show that we have had decades of both of us doing the same crap. On the men's side, on the accountability aspect, our issue is that we, opposite of the women, we don't know. We don't know what it's like to live in a world where the world tells us that we're perfect. Our issue is that we will never know perfection. Our issue is that nothing around us is in our control. And the one area that we have control is our actions. So when we hear that we failed at the one thing that we have control over, which are the things that we physically do, even that we are imperfect at. Even that we are failures at being 100% perfect or being 100% in control of. So you know what gets in the way of us being able to actually accept accountability there? Pride. Because everything else around us is pretty much out of our control, completely disassembled, disarrayed, and completely disconnected from us. We are living our life completely reactionary. So yes, when men say that women live life on easy mode, that is the reason. Now, before I bring up my brother on the panel, I want to say this and I'll conclude. When it comes to accountability, on a societal note, we are responsible for what we allow. And we've had decades, the entire 90s or late 80s and 90s was filled of Black men allowing our image to be tainted with what was promulgated and perpetuated to us. But not only that, our image was tainted not only to us, but also to the world as to what a Black man looks like, acts like, conducts itself. Basically, his entire countenance was tainted. And you know what we did? We, one, bought into it, adopted it, allowed it to assimilate into our society, into our culture, and we called it our culture. You know what was our culture? Verb, noun, fucking agreement when we spoke. Our culture was wearing clothes that made us look like that basically didn't distinguish us from our white counterparts versus us. And you know who allowed us to, and do you know who basically spearheaded that? Those same people that the men who blame our entire downfall, those people paid the rap industry, Hollywood, go down the list, to basically represent what we act like, what we look like, what is our culture, basically. Our culture. to basically defile what it is that who we are. And we bought into it. We accepted it. So now when a black man who so happens to be of a certain skin tone, who so happens to be of a certain height, who so happens to be at a certain location at a certain time of day, and so happens to be wearing a hoodie, who is unfortunately 14 years old, can be perceived as a damn threat and get shot. How about that for accountability? It starts there, but I can go a little bit further. You see, agencies or certain entities, I won't say who, but when I say what it is, you'll know what I'm talking about, who plants drugs and guns and weapons in our neighborhoods. When they reported on it, because they provided reports on what they do, they always write down what they do. They purposely put guns, drugs in the neighborhoods. And they said, we're going to run this experiment and watch what the animals do. The animals was us. And what did we do, black men? We grabbed the drugs, we grabbed the guns, and we act like straight fools for the next few decades. All because we felt as though there was no other option to make money. Meanwhile, the music industry, movie industry, promoted what it is that you could actually do with those drugs and those guns. It was a brilliant plan. Now, I don't blame the people who were actually in that mess so much more than I blame the people who know about it and still accept it. So we can sit here and blame any group of people who has a bad look on what a black man is, but some of that shit is our fault. Some of the reason why they look at a black man and say black men ain't gonna be shit and shouldn't be shit, or why a white woman can tell me at my big age, at my big job, that because I use a ACT word or SAT word, that, and I was only 2 years ago when this happened, that she was surprised that I spoke so fucking eloquently. This just happened to me. Women, y'all are not innocent either. Because y'all need the same lashing too. Because at the same time, when they were locking up the men as well for their stupidity around that same time, around the same decade or whatever the case may be, what happened? Here comes Section 8. Here comes the food stamps. Here comes all the goddamn the goddamn entitlements, which at the time didn't necessarily have the stipulations, but here comes the stipulations not too long afterwards. If a man is not in the household, that's when you get all the benefits, right? And then when you saw a man who was acting in the way that he was acting, which was unbecoming of what a man was supposed to be, what did you do? Did you accept it? Yes. Why? Because you were listening to the same bullshit that was being promulgated and purported out into the world, saying that this must be how I'm supposed to actually govern myself and what I should accept. Did you teach your children something different? No. Why? Because you were too busy competing with your younger generation because your ass couldn't find a damn man. You followed the same damn trajectory. You allowed somebody else to come and train you to believe that black men wasn't something that we were the entire time, but just as much as misled as you were. And again, same concept. I don't necessarily blame the forefathers who actually was in the thick of it. But when you know better, you're supposed to fucking do better. So no, Malcolm X was not talking about you, ladies. Not the kind of women that are being allowed to just roam about today unchecked. Until I start seeing those women that I presented today checked. Don't talk to a man about accountability. You don't have a right to talk to a man about accountability. That's a man's job. Welcome to the stage, JT. How you doing, sir?
What's going on, man? How you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Mike, does it sound well?
Sounds good. You're hot and live there, sir.
Absolutely. Great show, man. Great show.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
What you think?
It's a lot.
It's a lie or it's a lot?
It's a lot. So let me know where you want to start off at first, and then we can go from there.
Well, unfortunately, I started in a interesting place, and I may even have to break it down even more because I kind of summarize it. So I can tell you what. Let me tell you what. You start where you want to start. Do you want to go with the first video, or do you want to go?
Let's go with the first video.
Okay, so the first video that I showed was I numbered them. I thought I did. I did not.
So, was it the accountability?
So
the accountability for their actions.
That one.
Yeah, that one and the second one.
And their mess ups.
Okay, so that one.
And the second one. Yeah, we can do the.
Got no mount.
Nope, not that one. And nope, that was the one with and this guy.
Yep, that one right there.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
All right, so when we're talking about the accountability of men and accountability of women, I like what you said at first when you were saying that, I mean, accountability is basically, it relies on both. I have an issue with us as black men being told how to behave with a woman that is not actually taught to behave. So it's kind of like when we're dealing with women that we have to be told how to behave. That's how I get it summed up. We've been listening to this for so long till it gets to a point where there's this thing called understanding and patience. And it's asked of us by the same people that have no patience and no understanding. And this is where the contention starts with men and women. So when we're talking about, man, well, you know, you can't be volatile. Like, I know you see my comment when I said that a lot of times that the volatility is confused or misconstrued with assertiveness. And that's the thing about us being men. You have some men that have a style where they're a little more passive. You have other men that are more assertive. Now, the in between, assertive is in between the passive and the aggressive. But we also understand that passive aggressive is also, you know, it's kind of like being feminine. It's more of an effeminate thing. So when you have an assertive man, a lot of times you would have women to construe that as him being volatile, him being rough. And there's a lack of understanding when it comes down to that. And in return, there's a lack of respect. For the most part, from my observation, anecdotal experience, conversations, one of the things that I get from a lot of women is based off of they don't want to respect us in the way that they have to respect us. They want to have this thing where I'm going to respect him and I'm going to make it like a smorgasbord. I want that. I don't want that. I want that. I don't want that. They would tell us that this is what you got to take all of me. But then in return, they don't want to take all of us. It's a small minority of women that deals with those type of men. And you know what they call those women? Still married. They understand that that their man has started out volatile. He started out having daddy issues. He started out having mom issues. He had problems with his siblings. That's the understanding part of that man. But what they seen already was the part that they liked. You know, the man that would do what they want him to do. At moments that he, you know, and for the most part, he's pretty much to himself. He has hobbies. You know, these are the things that attract a lot of women to their men. But then when it comes down to doing the work, and that's understanding that man's, you know, the proclivities that comes with the good things too, right?
Right.
Right. That's what they don't want to deal with. And that's where you start seeing that men have a problem with it. Especially if that man is with her 10, 15 years. I'm glad that you did kind of delineate that. Now, this is not about dating, right? Being out in the dating field, because it gets confusing when we start talking about people that are in long-term relationships and marriage, and then we add in the people that are just dating, right? They don't have that whole thing, because the ones that are just dating, they're still dating with frustration. They're dating with anxiety. They're dating with all these things, and they don't have the whole thing where I'm all in. So that's dope. That's where I wanted to be at. The ones that have this thing where they're saying, no, I'm all in. I'm all in. I'm at the negotiation table. I'm there to renegotiate or keep it the same way that we have it, to the maintenance table, all these different things. Because when we start talking about people that just dating, what are they doing? What are you bringing to the table? And none of them know what the table is. They have no idea what the table. They actually think it's a table. And then some of them think that they're the table.
Correct.
So when we're talking about this whole thing with understanding the woman, again, anecdotal, observation, conversations with a lot of people, you have men that are way more willing than it is for women to be more willing. I ended there.
Yeah, appreciate it. I don't disagree when it comes to men being more willing to to bend and mold when it comes to understanding women. I, especially since men nowadays are typically growing up from, again, single mother households for the most part, and I say men, but typically people in general are growing up from single mother households for the most part. So it seems like the females that are growing up now, I gotta say females because because there are people who can be women now that aren't technically females. So yep. So with that in mind, I gotta be specific. But there is this impasse, and there's this inflexibility on the woman's aspect, and then there's this overly flexible aspect on the male side because of their affinity towards the mother, in a sense, right? But we're also taught societally that men should bend to the helm or bend to the will of a woman. And we're taught to try to understand. And I think partially it's because of how dangerous we can be if we are out of control emotionally. The problem with that is that what is the consequence of us not asserting what it is that we either want, need, require, or desire, or demand? What is the consequence? I can tell you what that consequence is. What it is a bunch of men dying early because of stress, pent up anger. It bottled up energy. So that way, when it ends up happening, JT, is that you end up going from 0 to 100 for no reason at all. It could be the smallest little damn thing, but your proverbial shelf is, for the most part, full, and any one hair trigger of an issue can send you to the damn moon. Why? For the most part. And I think that's the wrong approach. But you're right in the sense that women don't necessarily come into the thing ready and willing to learn until there are unfortunately consequences to it. Consequences in the sense that men walk away, or consequences in the sense that men show them what they're doing to them back to them.
Yeah. So
go ahead.
No, go ahead. Finish your thought. I'm sorry.
I was going to give a personal example. My wife and I, we when we were first starting out, I'm gonna be honest with you. I used the approaches to things that my mother taught me, thinking that if I were to relate to my now wife, but then significant other, that if I were to relate to her in the same way that I related to women in order to gain their good graces or get in their good favor, I've always been good with women. But when it comes to a long-term relationship, there's a different expectation for you as a man that's different from, let's say, friend zone or acquaintance, associate, fuck buddy, or whatever the case may be. There's a difference, right? So there's an instance where when a man is stepping into that family man role, husband, whatever the case may be, it's a learning curve. I don't know if it's for everybody, but I know for me, it most definitely was. And trying the approaches that I learned, or I thought I understood, did not work. It wasn't until I started to understand that I cannot use feminist or feminized approaches with a woman that I'm supposed to be dominant over. It wasn't until I learned that that things started to steer in my direction in the way I needed to go, to where I started to have control at the helm. Because now it's not that I'm asking for her to respect me. It's a silent well, I'd say silent, but it's almost a weighted requirement that I barely even have to say at this point.
They call that a command.
Yeah.
So that's why when you have people that say that they demand certain things, that means that you feel that you are entitled without having the work behind it. When you command something, it's the way that you move through the world, the way that you hold standards, the way that you talk to your wife, how you deal with the people on the outside of your relationship, how you get up and go to work, the dedication. All of these things are what commands a certain respect. So when you have, and this is where, when you put words like that and you put it into action, it kind of knocks down a bunch of talking points that people have, because you have a lot of people that demand these things. When you're talking about a relationship, first and foremost, relationship is an institute that is to teach you about everything in life. It connects to every aspect of life. It is not it's not a separation of anything that's going on. In fact, it is more of a thing where you have to be able to talk through all of the things, all of the angst that you have. You also have to get yourself in a place where accountability is going to be constant. Accountability is just constant. So that's where the command comes in, because this is where you when you're going to start having your problems. Again, the relationship institution, and it's a curriculum in a classroom that you never graduate from. Your graduation is death. That's when you graduate. You don't get into a marriage or a long-term relationship looking to get something out of it. It's constant. Going to get a whole lot out of it. So you don't have to say, what do I get out of it? It's basically, what can I put into it? It is a tool to build communities. Why would people get married these days? To build communities. Now, if you just get married because it makes you happy or you want to make her happy, you're going for it the wrong way. And guess what? You ain't got to believe me. You ain't got to believe Boss Man. Just do it. And have that in your mind, that you just want to be happy and you want to make them happy. And watch what life is going to show you about your decision. It's going to show you that. It is not for you to be saved from all the bullshit that you've been through or that you've been putting yourself through. It is to magnify those things. Relationship is a mirror. Absolutely it is. But this mirror is so powerful where it's going to either make or break. If you are not a person of integrity, it's going to show it immediately.
Yep.
If you're not a person that is dedicated, whether with fidelity, sexual fidelity, if you're a person that's bad with money, if you're a person that relationship going to tell you everything about yourself that you thought you was hiding. It's going to do it.
Yep.
So the demand in a relationship that's one of the things where we go wrong. People that gets into these relationships. And the reason why you have so many divorces, the reason why you have so many people that are pretentious in relationships is because they have no idea of why they're doing it.
Correct.
That's just what it is. It was another one that we was watching. I don't remember what was said. And I did. Oh, go ahead.
So
go ahead.
regarding the accountability one, on this particular guy here, he was basically explaining the concept of a way or mechanisms for which men can go about acquiring, clawing back that accountability that is obviously missing from women in general, because society does not necessarily, society subliminally avoids teaching accountability to women. They do it.
Yeah.
It does. The problem is it doesn't teach it in the most severe and most potent way. It isn't as viscous, okay, to women as it is to men. Men, we understand accountability from a very very young age. Okay, all right. We get the hardest whoopings. We get the most severe punishments. When it comes to being grounded. If we have a father, the father is not going to punish the girl as hard or as severe as he would the actual daughter if there's a sister or a brother type situation. Society coddles the woman.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so with that in mind, I know that women want or believe that there is equality, but the problem is that you're raised with inequality as the background. So when we're dealing with women, we kind of almost have to deal with them with the understanding that they're not on the same level as it relates to. It's not egalitarian. You're going to have to talk to them differently because you're not talking to your equal. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, when you have an egalitarian type of a community, it's a weak community. It's a very weak community, and there's no way for it to happen, but we force it, right? Again, no direction. So you're just doing things and not even understanding why your consequences are what they are. Why do I keep going through this? Why do I keep, I try to do this and people talk about me. I go through life and I'm a good person. And why is it always the bad things that happen to me? It's because you're not paying attention to your consequences. You can't just do what you want to do and not expect consequences. When you are going through life, and I think it's harder for women single going through life, and they have children, and they have family members that they may not have a great relationship with, and they're trying to date, and they're either having money problems or all of these different things that's happening to them. They keep going the same direction, right? And they got problems with the kids now. They've already had problems with mom or dad. They got sibling problems. These are a lot of things because a lot of people don't even look at their siblings as relationships. I was raised with my brother. That was a classroom that I had to learn about relationships. I had to learn about that. And a lot of times in that relationship that I had with my brother growing up, I understood what was in between our relationship that was keeping us a little separate apart. And then I understood the things that kept us a little more cohesive, right? Because that was a classroom that I had to pay attention to. Instead of me saying, because my brother done did some shit where I was just like, I ain't gonna ever talk to him again, or but that's not conducive for family. So I had to learn how to, deal with him. If we had problems with money, guess what we ain't gonna do no more? We're not gonna deal with each other with money. You got a problem with somebody with a business relationship? The business relationship goes sour. You don't have to be enemies with each other anymore. Once you iron it out, just don't go that route with that person anymore.
We're just ain't doing business no more.
We're just not doing business anymore. You can save your friendships outside of the relationship that you're in, like the closeness, the significant other relationship. The reason why people have problems with their significant other because they never even understood how to have relationships with other people that's not even as close. And this is where it gets very bad. It gets very bad for us because who do you talk to being a married man when you have your most volatile moments in life? Would it be
You're supposed to be your wife.
right? And the thing is, when you doing that with your wife, do you have the wherewithal to know how much to tell her, how much to bring on her? A man, I'm talking about men now. Because when we tell our wives entirely too much too fast, like our problems, we can overwhelm them.
Yes.
Reason being is because naturally they want to be able to help. They want to be able to, fix things and stuff like that. They would want to fix your problems before they fix their own problems. That's just how it goes. So when you start telling them entirely too much men problems, you can overwhelm them. At least that's what I think, right? Different women, they can take on different stresses, right? But from what I've seen in this world, the women that are built these days, first thing smoking, they out. I ain't got to take that.
JT. Then that means I know who you're talking about. You talking about these?
Yeah. Yeah. And they're not born hyenas. They're made to be hyenas.
Correct.
They're made to be hyenas. And then the ones that are not hyenas, look at the hyenas and smile. That's cute, right? Even though they say, wait, I don't want it to come too close to me. But they're silent. And I understand why women are silent towards, what they see with other women and things like that. Well, I did at one point because it was at a point where women naturally, they didn't want the conflict, right? Because it's just too much for them. Nowadays, they want their conflict. So it's kind of like everything it's a word. And I don't know if you know this word, boss man. The definition is that it's true until it's not. It's a word for it. It's like something that is true right now. And through time, it ends up not being true again. I've only heard it one time. And I'm like, I know the definition. And someone said that, man. And I was like, absolutely.
So it's true consistently until it's not.
Until it's not, because throughout time, it doesn't get, for instance, see, we can look at something and stats, right? This is why stats are important, because we'll say, well, just for instance, we'll say, it's 50% divorce rate, right? And we use that stat for another 50 years. Not understanding that that's probably not true anymore. It may went down because of what society has done or whatever it is. It can go from a 50% in the United States and it can go back down to a 15%. But we're still saying 50% of divorce. I mean, 50% of marriages end in divorces and stuff like that. It's a word for it, and I don't know the word anymore. It was a couple of years somebody said it. I just know the definition.
The first thing that came to my mind was a paradox, but that's not the same thing.
No, it's not that. It's definitely not that.
I'll get back to you on it if I can find it.
I'm still looking for it myself. I done went through all kind of stuff. I Googled and went through Oxford and Webster, and I went through the online etymology.
Something is true all the time until it's not.
Until it's not.
Sounds like you're describing a universal truth or a given. Was once a universal truth that is, until Einstein came along and changed our understanding of it. I'm gonna have to look it up. All right, so that I'm gonna write that down. Hang on. Okay, because that me in the brain. Okay, so the other part that I focused on was how society seems to bleed in, how society's role into accountability bleeds into relational accountability or relationships. and the part that men play in that. And I'm sorry, you know, I hear a lot where we want to blame women as men.
Right.
And it's not to suggest, no, not an oxymoron. Nice try though. I get the understanding that we want to blame women for their part in the matter. But I struggle with this because on one hand, yes, personal accountability and a willingness to avoid or be avoidant of personal awareness, personal accountability, and adjusted action or to adjust behavior. Okay. That's all your own personal willingness to be able to, or accepting of that change or accepting of that adjustment. I perfectly understand that. But on that one hand, we can't then say that on one hand that, but then on the other, that women are a reflection of men. And then, so therefore, if my wife is acting abhorrently, okay, or in a recalcitrant way, recalcitrant meaning bullheaded or stubborn way.
Wait,
okay?
what's the name? What's that word again?
Recalcitrant.
And I'm using some words that you said.
Okay, so that just means someone who is unable to have or unable to follow any authority, basically. Okay, hard-headed, recalcitrant, recalcitrant, RECALCITRANT.
Oh, I got it. Yeah, RACALCITRANT.
Correct.
Recalcitrant.
Recalcitrant. And so,
put this on my sticky note.
So to act in that manner, okay, then that's a poor reflection on me. So if one is true on the other, this is where I say that people practice a propositional fallacy. Okay, where I'll use this example: red and blue makes purple, right? That means blue and red still makes purple, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
No matter how you switch it around. Yeah.
Exactly. So if I remove blue from purple, I get red, right? And if I remove red from purple, I still get blue, right? Okay. So what propositional fallacy says is that because I switch the two colors around, that means that I get a different color as an outcome. So let me tie this in. If on one hand we say that accountability is only personal and no one has any influence on someone's internal subjective personal accountability, and they have no ability or influential purpose towards someone's growth on their personal accountability, then that also means that when my wife is acting a complete ass of herself somewhere, that also means that she's not a reflection of me.
That, and you're saying that's what they're saying, or that's what the thought is?
I'm saying that it must be true in one way than the other. If it's true over here, then it's got to be true over here, because she must not therefore be a reflection of me. If a reflection of me, and I must not be held to be accountable for her if I cannot hold her to account. If I have no ability to influence her level of accountability to me.
Absolutely. Okay, got you. And that's where it gets wrong, because if you have her as your wife, as your long-term significant other, she is under your covering.
Correct.
You are responsible accountable for her and her actions.
Okay.
Now, that's where you may have to do the inside work because she may not be there at that point. So what people make it seem as if when we're dating one another, that we're not picking someone that is flawed. And that's just that's probably an area that woman is flawed in, right? And I can understand why. You look at the society, we have a wealth of women that don't respect the authority of men, not because they don't want it. They were not conditioned to be in that, in that space. They don't know when they're losing and they don't know when they're winning a lot of times. So when they get into a relationship, it goes to what we just said earlier. You do it for selfish reasons. You're going to get selfish consequences. So when you're just getting married because you want to be happy, it's guaranteed to be the wrong reason. Now I'm going to say that's for everybody. Why? Because you're going to have problems in that classroom that you didn't even realize that you enrolled in.
Right.
Relationship is a classroom. So when we're talking about the principles of women and men having a conducive relationship, there has to be roles.
Agreed.
So if I'm going to be the one to protect,
you're going to piss some people off, JT.
I know. Bro, I've been doing it for a very long time.
All right.
But if I'm going to protect, which has everything else up under it, provide, responsibility, accountability on all these different things, and I don't have authority, what are we talking about, right? And I don't have authority over something that I'm responsible and accountable for. You know how crazy that is? That's like me being having a car and I'm driving it. Well, I'm not driving it, but I'm always putting gas in it. I got insurance on it. I get it washed. I put the parts on it that needs to be exchanged, but I can't drive it.
Right.
It don't seem right. So in this vehicle that we call relationship, if that's what I have to do, because there's a thing, this is another thing. There's things that women are responsible for. The nourishment of that man. The mental well-being of that man also. Why? Because he's going out there. And I don't care. We ain't got nobody we don't have a whole bunch of people that's going out working in coal mines and shit like that. A lot of us got regular ass jobs. You're a mechanic, electrician, garbage man. You work in IT. You work at a hospital. You work in IBM or not even IBM, but Google or whatever.
Right.
It's levels of stress when you out there in the world. You're a social worker. You're a doctor, nurse. These are it's very highly stressful dealing with people, period. It's highly stressful when you get out here and you just out in the world. So one of the things that women are very good at I can say a lot of them are, is the compassion that they will have for that man. No matter what she looked like, this was what they were conditioned to be, not just taught, not trained. They were conditioned. And the conditioning wasn't to give them a tool, it's to shine the light on their tool. Who does that? Who shines the light on young women's tools? Well, it will be the same people that will give the young men tools. The parents, grandparents, uncles, aunties. In other words, the community. The problem is that we don't have community that's teaching our young folks to be adults. We have society that's doing it. Two different things. And the thing is that now we so far apart, and like you said, there's no pointing fingers at each other. There's no pointing fingers at each other, because when you do it in a relationship, you're gonna have to have someone to be able to usher you to a point of what your show was just saying, accountability. And once you're good with accountability, you can also be good with forgiveness. You can also be good with being able to have tools that's already embedded in you to use. You don't have to learn how to be compassionate with a person. So I don't know if you was getting ready to go here, but let me say this. A lot of us, women and men, because of the severity of the traumas that we have, it can stunt our growth, our mental growth. And then in return, we're not as developed to the point of maturity where we should be at the life that we're leading. You have a whole lot of men that are in their 40s and they're still acting like they're in their 20s. You have a lot of women that are in their 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s until they die. And they stay between the ages of 14 to 19. And the reason being is because of the type of trauma. We all suffer from trauma, but the severity of it. So what happens with women is that there was a study that went on about this whole thing mentally with women. When a woman has a child at a young age, the trauma of that can keep her, not having the child, is being the mother and going through the daily, things, along with, it could be the whole thing of having a child or whatever, but it stunts them. This is what I mean. Let's go with a married couple, right? Wife stays at home with her children. Dad goes out to work to provide for the family. Mom has 3 children, ages 2, 3, and 4. 7 days a week. That's who she's around. She can't be around with her friends and all them because she's too busy being a mom. Guess what end up happening with mom when they don't have a relief? They end up being the child. They're arguing with the child. They're acting like the child. All they've been watching is damn kid stuff, and it's a lot. And then they start to get depressed. Then they have to express it to the husband who's there. He's trying to figure out, how can I juggle these different things? So guess what they have to do? They have to get help together, because it's detrimental to her. So she does not have nervous breakdown. She doesn't have where she shuts all the way off. It's a lot that goes on with that when it comes down to being a mom. And the father is looking at that, and he tries to take on a lot of the things that can get her back better. Baby, you go ahead, go shopping, do whatever it is that you need to do. Go hang out with your friends. I got the kids, right? This is what husbands do. Problem is that in society, you don't have a lot of that anymore, and all you have is mom. She don't have any, release. And what she think is release is not really release, because guess what she try to do? Try to get babysitters and shit. Now she got problems with that. Now she's arguing with people. Now it's all, so she gets stumped. Now instead of the 3, 4, 5 or 3, 4, and 6, Now she has 11, 12, and damn near a teenager now, right? They're growing up. They're still growing up. Their mind is developing and everything. At the same time that their mind is developing, she's still stuck. Mom's still stuck. And she having all kind of problems now because now she's trying to have a decent relationship with a man outside of, because she don't have a husband. And guess what happens? She's going through problems with that. Then she got to deal with you ain't a good mama. Then it's a lot of things that women have to go through. And now she gets into a relationship and it could have been a good man. How's she going to tell the difference between a good man and a man that ain't shit? She's not developed. She's not developed.
And this is coming from someone who has had a child, you're saying too early.
It's just young. It's young. I don't care if they were married or not. You
well,
have
no,
to usher
that's
them.
what I mean, too early, young.
Right.
Yeah.
So the thing is that it's going to happen because the thing that happens with women's bodies is something totally different than what happened with men. That change that they have is something totally different than the change we have. You know, our change ended up being that our back hurts and now we can't walk and then we die. It's a little bit different with us. I'm just saying the development with them. The development with them is that it has to be a point where, and now I'm just putting that instance out with children. Now, another issue is that, say, yeah, she got kids or whatever, but that wasn't the biggest trauma, right? Her biggest trauma was she was molested. She was raped. Not only was it that, but it was somebody in her family. Boom. Wherever that happened in her life, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12, 14, mentally, she won't be able to get past the age of 14 or 12. We've seen women 40 years old, never had help, but they always got issues with everybody. Can't keep a man and all this stuff that people talk about. It's because the reality that the relationships that she's in were tainted because she's stumped in the mind. Some of the things when you talk to people, and I'm gonna get off the women and I'm gonna go over to the men so we can go and move it forward. But when you talk to a lot of these women and they can't comprehend a lot of things that you're saying with logic, everything that they're talking about is feelings. That's one of the reasons why. That's why when we get with women, and I don't like this word healed. I can't stand that fucking word healed. I'm healed because healed in today's society means I went to 2 sessions of of counseling and now I'm healed.
You think it's along the same lines as woke? Basically, it's a non.
It is absolutely yes. Yes, I'm woke. Right? It doesn't. They take the word when you use it so much, you take the real the definitive term away from it. Right? And it's like, wow, it's kind of like healed, broken. Even when they say broken, the thing is that people will run away from words like broken and hard or difficult when you need to be broken. You need to sometimes the things that's going on in your life needs to be broken so you can heal the right way. Like it's like breaking a bone in your body. You break your arm, you don't go get it get it cast or anything. You just walking around with a broken or a fractured arm. Guess what happens? It's gonna end up healing, but not in the way that it's supposed to. And eventually, guess what's gonna have to happen if you want to have a arm or a leg that's functional? You're gonna have to break it.
Yeah. I wonder if this may be a dumb question, but I wonder if their not hate. I wonder if their failure to heal and the trauma of of unsolved, unresolved, or unmitigated issues in the past contributes to their odious feeling towards men in general. Odious meaning,
I think it's kind of like twofold, because I've seen women that had trauma in dealing with someone where what we was just talking about, molestation and things like that, where they didn't have a hate for men. They actually had this thing where they always wanted to be up under men.
Okay.
And not just one man, but a lot of men, like they take to men, right? I've seen that happen too, where they're overly it's like clingy, right? That man is saying something where she's, that she can really get with it. All he got to do is say a couple of things, and a lot of times it's just stimulating things. It's not things to challenge. Normally, it'll be stimulating things. She
so
would
like
be up under that
love
man.
bombing.
Yeah. It's like to hear a woman say that she had over 20 relationships, that speaks to me as a woman that has unhealed trauma. Is knowing the and especially, like I said, a lot of things it can be off of anecdotal, but a lot of it is going to be through my observation also. It's going to be a lot of it is going to be through observation, and I've seen these type of women, and they don't have hate for men. They actually, it's a different type of effect that it has on them, right? And they just love being around men, especially men that purport themselves as being protectors.
Okay. So Stockholm syndrome, I just looked it up, and no, I don't know why I doubted myself on this one. Is a proposed condition or theory that tries to explain why hostages sometimes develop a psychological bond with their captors. No.
That right there would be something where you would think, and I'm glad you looked it up and said,
that's not what we're talking about there.
That would have been something. I'm glad you looked at, because I would have been like, all right, cool.
Brandon Nesbitt.
It's like, nah.
Yeah, I knew it sounded familiar, but I wanted to make sure, because I saw it on a serial killer novel.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're not gonna do that. But yes. So on the men's side of things, I wonder, is it hard to accept?
It's so on the man, you saying as far as how old we end up being or staying.
So thanks, Lala. Odious, arousing or deserving hatred, but repugnant or hateful. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So is it hard to accept accountability in general because of what I mentioned, which is pride? Because of our struggle, women, we understand, typically have the mindset that they are they are perfect and impervious. Okay. So on the flip side, men pretty much have the mindset that nothing is in our control but ourselves. And when we are faced with the fact that we made a mistake, or we did something wrong, or we did something that was imperfect, we fucked up, basically, we have a hard time coming to terms with it, because in everywhere else in our lives, we aren't in control. So we are expected to have control over this one area. And then, damn, we fucked up this one. Is it hard to come to terms with, especially to someone that is supposed to be below us or beside us, but can't at 45 degrees to us? What's your thought?
I would think so for the men that have so the men that actually want to be in a point of provision, protection. And once they get into it, are you asking if it's harder for us to accept accountability?
Not harder, but I'm saying
I'm saying easier. I mean,
in our realm, I'm saying in our compartment of accepting accountability is the reason why it's hard for us to accept accountability when we struggle with it. Is it because of pride? And is that pride because rooted from the fact that we are expected to move about in the world, always seeking perfection, always seeking success, and with the expectation to achieve it, but with the reality of never reaching it?
I probably a part of it would be pride, but I think a larger part of it would probably be shame.
Okay.
Once I go by it this way. Being a teenage boy, we had to listen to this whole concept that men ain't shit, men are dogs, men are fuck anything. It's like everything when it comes down to, and let me be specific with black men.
A whole lot of idioms.
We have to go. Yeah. So once a man starts to get in a space where he's starting to get a little control of his life, one big thing that we have that was never explained to us by any generation in the context that it should have been explained to us is our sexuality. When you have a man that is, or let's say a teenage boy, and the first time he gets a chance to sleep with a girl, he loses his damn mind. And he figures out how to get it again and again and again. Now there's a lot of us that end up having, it's kind of like when you start finding out how to get women to be attracted to you, that's like having a superpower. And so what happens with us with that superpower, we start to, and I'm gonna put the quote signs up, abuse it. We're gonna sleep with whoever gonna sleep with us. We're gonna start telling girls when we're young, yep, that's my girlfriend. Yep, that's my girlfriend. Yeah, I love you. Anything it takes to get sex. What we wasn't told was it's your nature. So when you start taking your nature, son, nephew, young man, and your seed, you got to start being more mindful.
Yep.
You got to start being more mindful. I don't know how you're going to do it, but let me show you the consequences, and then I can walk you through it. Take him to court. You see that man right there? He got 5 cases. Not 5 children. He got 5 cases. You see that guy right there? He in prison. Why? Over a woman. You see that guy right there? He ain't got that. He out here working his ass off. Come the 1st and the 15th, he ain't got no money for himself. Why? Because he got children with women that he had no intentions on marrying. Look at your uncle. Look at your friend. Look what's happening with them, right? So let's figure this out. what do you want out of life, right? Do you want to get married? Do you want to have a wife? So let's talk about that thing now. What happens is that we can't walk them through it because we got their mamas and aunties and everybody telling them what they should do and what they should not do. And we also have men that don't know what the hell they talking about, telling these young men what they should and shouldn't do too. So they're confused. And they figure it out though. I know a lot of men, they figure it the hell out. They like, well, damn, I'm good now, right? But then the ones that don't, I know men right now, boss man, that are in their 60s that are paying child support on a son that's
not
paying
theirs.
child support. No, the son paying child support.
Oh, back child support.
I'm paying child support on a man that's paying child support.
Oh, hell.
You get what I'm saying now? Generations. You got men walking around here paying child support on each other.
That's crazy shit.
3 generations I saw. 60, 40, and 20. All 3 of them men. One was paying child support on his son, and the other one was paying child support on his son, and his son was also paying child support.
While you're mentioning that, I want to also show, because listen, every week I want to come with some data. Okay, I'll
be right back, bro. Let me go get something right quick.
Okay, I don't want to leave anybody without some information. Okay, and when we're talking about a little bit of accountability, and I meant to do this a little bit earlier, but I got a little bit carried away, got a little overzealous, and I think I got my point across a little bit. But I want to show this. This is from CDC. As of the data is from 2023. Okay, so CDC shows that married couple households, okay, out of 131,332,360, estimate households, married couples, 61 million, with children of the householder, 22 million. But when we get down to the males, 24 million, okay, with head of household with children, 1 million. But if we get down here, look at this. So 36 million female head of household with 36 million. Now, just for a moment, we're going to talk about the economics of that a little bit later in a different episode, because if you look at the average of what the average woman makes, you'd be shocked about how much money the average woman makes in America. Okay, this isn't black women. This is just women in general. Okay, women in general only make. Actually, can I find it really quick? Hang on, I have the data already pulled up. I already have it somewhere already in my files, because I think it's poignant to actually pull this up just a bit. Household incomes. Oh, damn it, I'm good. All right, it's already right here. Just gotta switch screens. Here we go. So let me do this really quick. So a single family household. So single, married female household with no spouse. The estimated amount that she makes is only $59,000 in 2023. Now, really quick, pair that back with what we just saw over here. With the same data, that means 24 million households, or 36 million women are surviving off of. No wonder women are walking around here looking for a 6-figure nigga. Sorry, excuse me, I had to say it, but 6 figures. No wonder. Anyway, with that same amount, Look at how many of them are single with children right here. And I have to ask the question as it relates to the topic of conversation. I have to ask, when it comes to accountability, and let me single screen this really quick. Y'all not gonna like what I'm about to say, but I'm gonna say it. All right. And then I have a guest on the panel to introduce. I don't care how you slice and dice it. I don't care how you fix it. I don't care how you look at it. Look at me when I'm talking, when I'm saying this to you, and you can clip it. I don't care. When you conceive with a man on a consensual basis, so don't come at me with on the cases of non-consensual situations. On consensual basis type situations, when it comes to sexual, when it comes to conceiving on a consensual basis, I'm going to say consensual, people, you are just as responsible as that man is. 50-50. I don't care how you slice it. You could avoid conceiving 34 different ways without abstaining, without abortifacients, and without an abortion. If you add those three things, it's 37. A man could have a vasectomy, abstain, contraceptives, and pull out. Those are his only options. Do the math. 37 minus 4, and you have 33 more options than that man. Even the playing field, and it's still 50-50 responsibility as to how you concede on a consensual basis. Now that I've said that, looking at this, part of the reason why every woman is walking around here with a 666 requirement is because you're living on a $56,000 income average on an average mean, with inflation going up, and you got kids. And after you conceived, you had 9 months to think about it. Well, depends on the state you're in. Whatever. Point that I'm making is that there's a level of accountability that is being abdicated. And yes, I've said all show on both parts. Because if he didn't want a child, he should have either avoided, made sure his pull-out game was strong, or wore a damn condom. There, I said it. And if you didn't, you should have made sure that he wore a condom. You should have made sure that all of the contraceptives that were available, that feminists have been fighting for to liberate you from the kitchen and barefoot and pregnant in the household, you should have been using one of them. Because here's the thing. If you're going to move around this society like a man, you need to realize that moving around like a man with your female body is going to still give you female consequences.
Oh, Lord.
I have a guest on the panel I'm going to bring up. Welcome to God Motivates People.
Hey, how's it
Never
going?
seen you before. Welcome to the show. Salute to you.
Thank you.
Never seen you before, even in the chat. And so I'm going to say, welcome to the BMU Network. JT, have you seen him before? I haven't seen him.
Nah, it's my first time here. I was just scrolling around YouTube. So, oh, this look interesting. So I just
Well, goddamn. Well, I done brought somebody. Damn it. Well, welcome. Salute to you again, sir. I was going to banter with JT some more on a different point. But I will ask you, what have you heard? And do you, on what you heard, what do you agree with? What do you disagree with? What are your thoughts?
Well, I think it was JT. He said something when he said that it's in a man's nature to, when he said how he basically said it, when he said that, well, as you grow up as a young man and you finally get a woman, and after you get a woman, you figure out how to make them be attracted to you, and then so on and so on. I'm kind of paraphrasing, summarizing your statement. I'm just saying, like, I don't think it's actually in a man's nature to do that. Actually, I think that's more of a moral ethics that they kind of grow up with, or what they see throughout their lifetime. So I don't think it's actually in a man's nature to really want to be with multiple females just because they finally had their first sexual experience.
JT, mute monster got you. I was gonna retort for you, but
but go ahead. If you had a thought already, I don't want you to lose your thought.
No, I don't. From what JT was saying, I don't think that he from what he was expressing, I don't think that he was suggesting that a man or a young adolescent person once experiencing sex for the first time is going to be inclined to be with multiple people at the same time. I think what he was trying to say was, once you experience sex for the first time, you are going to be naturally inclined to want to experience it again as soon as possible, and in a consecutive order with multiple people in a consecutive fashion, not necessarily have them in simultaneous fashion. It's more linear, not lateral, if that makes any sense. I think that's what he was trying to say. Because I know when I first got some, it couldn't come fast enough as far as the next time, not up and down as far as all of them all at once, if that made any sense. Like, if that makes sense. Most adolescents, boys, as far as, teenagers and going into manhood, 18 to so on and so forth, most men in general don't have the ability to acquire more than one female at the same time anyway.
Right.
They don't have the necessary means, the financial aptitude, the necessary the physical prowess to be able to do so, nor do they have the actual time and attention and necessarily the mental wherewithal. And the hypergamous nature of women, I believe, my personal opinion here, I don't think the hypergamous nature of women would even allow for them to actually acquire the attention or garner the attention from more than one woman at a time anyway at that age. What would end up happening is that the older man who has that ability, has that that fiduciary standing and foothold and standing, would actually be able to do that first, to which that younger man you're talking about would actually learn that trait and skill from, and probably would ascribe or inspire to be more like that, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, that does make sense, because me being a man growing up, I can see your point when you're saying that. I thought he meant as far as like having more than one, but how you point it out that way, yeah, that makes absolute sense. Actually, JT,
was I correct in your in my dissertation?
No, you were definitely correct. Let me just add that it is definitely in our genetics as men to want to procreate. The thing is that we have to connect to that, because we can't go out and we can't act upon our primal instincts, right? We have to have some type of decorum with it. So this is the thing where it goes down to the older man, whether his father or uncle or whatever, will be able to walk you through it. What I was saying was that we have those problems because a lot of times they don't even know how to walk us through it, because they pretty much, nobody told them either. So this is why, along with the whole thing of men are dogs and, men They just screw anything. All these different things that we hear. That's what get a man to a point where he has to be able to survive it, right? And then once we start having children of our own, especially when we have girls, it gets us to thinking a whole different way. Because, at the end of the day, you can hear a lot of men referring to women as hoes, as bitches, and slutting them out or whatever it is. And then when you say, well, would you want somebody to do that to your daughter? It changes the game. That's where it gets to a point where when we are in relationships as men, it inspires us to be a better person or a better version of ourselves. When women end up having a family, that's when she's at her happiest. But she don't know it if nobody ever told her that it's not about what you get out of it. It's about what you put into it. Because this is a long-term game. This is not a short-term game. So in order for those things to come to how should I put it? In order for those things to come to a point where things can be in synergy, there's a lot of things we got to start learning. And a lot of times we learn a lot of bad habits in life that we have to get out of. And this is something different for me than a lot of other people. I believe that people should, if they have the intention to get married, it should be younger. And you should be able to grow with each other.
How young do you think that should be? Just out of curiosity.
So in these day and times right now, I would look at anywhere from 25 to 28 is when you should be already having your family. 25, 28 is when you should be having your family. By the time that you're 35, you should be able to have attain enough where you can make it as a family and be able to, if you have children in that family, you be able to cultivate them a lot better than if, you're dealing with a broken home. And then you learn it because everybody grows up. Everybody does. The craziest part is when your kids get older, they're not only going to remember when they were growing up, they're going to remember when you were growing up.
That's fair. They see it.
Yeah. So it's, but it still comes down to
I think it.
Oh, did he? I thought I froze for a second. It's him.
Yeah, me too. I thought it was me. I'm like, okay, did my Wi-Fi go out again?
Yo, bro, I was just making sure. I'm trying to figure out a setting that actually works for all of us, and it's not working over here. So, JT, right? We'll drop him down really quick until he comes back.
All right. I mean, he made some very valid points, especially about the family. And 25, 28, I think is actually a good range to actually start a family and be with one. I think the only problem with that is with that's an early age, man, to I think be successful enough to actually have a family and to have the finances for it as well.
Well, so I agree with you. I do. How do I word this? Hang on, really quick. I'm also engineering as well, so bear with me.
No problem.
Here we go. So Braxton says the age of buying a home in our country is now 36. So you'd actually be surprised. I bought my first home. It was just above $500,000 when I was 27. And this is my second home here, and it is above $1 million, and I'm 34. So, however, my lifestyle growing up was, and I'm gonna loop this into the topic of conversation, which is about accountability, and that is growing up. I did not see. Here we go, right here. Depending on how early you were, how early you're well to do and financially stable. Very key point right here. So, how did my life start? Well, I started off in a path that statistically says that I should have been a statistic. Okay. My family didn't know anything about money. My mother didn't set me up, and this isn't a bashing on my parents. It's just I started out just like any other typical black kid. Okay. It just is what it is. Most of our parents don't know about, shit. They just doing the best they can because, oops, I got pregnant. So what ended up happening is that I made a decision to say, what's my path? Because once I got out of high school, I did not go to college immediately. I found out that I needed to do what? Work first, because I needed to establish taxes. I found out that the FAFSA program would not grant as much loans or Pell Grants to me if I wasn't a contributing taxpayer. Because what they do is they consider you a dependent if you don't pay taxes. Well, here's the problem with that. I needed my parents' tax information still because I was still a dependent. So what did I have to do? Not only did I have to file taxes for the first time, but I also had to officially emancipate myself. So I spent the greater deal of my high school years not partying, being a complete square, if you can't tell. And when I got through 1 year of college, I realized that shit was expensive. And if I kept on that path, I was going to be in debt for a long ass time, especially for what I was wanting to go to school for. So I stopped going. And what did I do? I went to the military. That was my primary reason for taking an oath to serve and protect this country. It's because I needed a way to pay for school. But what I ended up determining also was it was also a path for me to develop other skills.
True.
And another portfolio that was useful, because when I got to the recruiter, I discovered that I could use those skills when I got out to transition into the workforce. So I picked something that was in the Marine Corps. I picked something that would do what? Translate. The point I made with all of that, as far as accountability is concerned, is that I did not allow for my issues, my past traumas, the fact that I grew up a black man or black boy, the fact that I had whatever. I didn't let those issues allow for me or vestige for my life to be a statistic. I know the white man is there, but fuck him. I know about redlining and HOA, but goddamn it, you gonna let me in. Why? Because I want that house with an HOA. Do you see? Some level of accountability for your own self to say, okay, this is my past. I'm gonna find a way to not make my past my future. So how can you then, back to your question, how can you then make it by 27? Well, you make different decisions. And sometimes our own community does not support people making good decisions. Because if you're not making bad decisions with the community, you're a square. You talk white. You're not black enough. Does that all sound familiar to you? What I call you, God Motivates or Saska?
Either or is fine. Like I know what you're saying, and I've heard that before. Like I've heard that before personally in my own experience and growing up. I would have to ask you though, do you think that the Marines actually helped you because you was able to see different things? I never been in the army or Marines, anything like that, but from what I observed, I think that the people that you are around and the structure that they give you on a day in and day out, they basically give you a way on how to live a prosperous life because you develop a way of structure. Correct? You have to get up in a certain time. There are rules you have to follow day in, day out. I'm not sure how many years that you did, but I believe if you do something for a whole year, it kind of has an effect on you. So
Correct.
the way that you would live compared to an average ordinary citizen would be totally different. So
Correct.
I would have to say that you would excuse me, you would kind of be an exception to the rule. And I was more speaking about in general. In general, for the most part, people don't have that type of structure. So it seems to me, not saying it's not possible, but being 27 and buying your own home, you will have to have some type of structure in your life in order, because the moves and things that you will make from, I guess I'll just start at 18. So from 18 to 27, I'll just do it like that. And you just living life day in, day out. You wake up, you either go to work, you're regular 9 to 5. Most people hate their 9 to 5. They can't stand going to their job. So that also brings down morale already off gate. Then they're complaining about, well, they're working 9 to 5, but they also can't even afford to do what they really want to do, which ultimately kind of puts them in debt. Now they kind of go in debt because now they're doing things and buying things that they really shouldn't be buying anyway, but they get a little bit of money for the most part and say, oh, I'll just pay it later. And now when it comes time to pay it later, now you can't pay it back later. Now, if you have any type of credit card debts, now you're going in debt with your credit, and that's even worse. Now, by the time you get older in your upper 20s, you want to go finally have a house because now you feel like you need to be more responsible. Maybe you have a family, maybe you have a wife, or you have kids or whatever. Now, when time to go do that, now you can't even do that because now you're stuck in a situation that your past put you into. So I get what you're saying, but I do think what you're saying is like you that's an exception to the rule in a way, which is nothing wrong with that. But but it's also, I agree with you on taking accountability, because at the very same time, we also now have the internet. And since you have the internet, there's so many different things that you can see day in, day out if you choose to see it. Back when I was growing up, we really didn't have YouTube, wasn't like it is now.
How old are you?
I'm 36.
Okay.
So there wasn't a lot of examples that people could see. So now when I see people out in the street or in the world and they're still doing crazy things, I believe that they choose to be that way because they have plenty of options and things that they can see that can actually change their mind. They just choose not to see it.
True. Cognitive dissonance at its best.
Yeah.
So to JT's point and to your point, 27 is a bit young to buy a house. To me, the right age to, it's not about age. To me, it's about your, I would say, if I had to put a title on it, I would say your economic age. And that's relative to your worth, your net worth, and your economic prowess and fiduciary standing. I would say that buying a home is not for everybody. And I don't think buying a home is the American dream. I only bought a home because I got tired of the idea of prices or rent going up or down, or being at the mercy of a landlord, changing their mind whenever they want to, being at the helm of them for the most part. I got tired of that. So, and I'm going to present something else. The way the economy is right now and the way that society makes it very tough or difficult to consider actually having kids or being married or or being progenitors of a family, because they make everything so damn expensive. Okay. And people can say that I'm bitching about that all they want to, but shit is overpriced And a lot of it is for no damn reason. And I only say that because, not to get economic here, but corporations are not only profiting, at a reasonable profit margin, but they're over profiting like over 200, over 100 and 200%, okay, at record levels. And if you're doing that during inflation, that means that you are overpricing, if that makes any sense.
It makes sense.
And to me, if it's one thing, if every business needs to make a profit, I'm not against the capitalist society with businesses making a profit. If you make a profit in your business, you did your job. Good job. Okay. But if you're profiting more than, to say that when a business profits over 100%, that means you're getting you're getting 100% and more of what you put into the actual entity. That's essentially what that means.
Yeah, good.
That means you're definitely getting double for your trouble.
You are.
Which means that you are overpricing everybody, overpricing the consumer. And for what? It's one thing if you're getting 20, 30, 40, 50% profit off of your product, goods, or services, which is fine. But if you're getting 100, 150, 200%, what the hell? So this is why I don't understand why there is such a big issue about raising the minimum wage or people asking for getting paid what they're worth. Because if your company has enough money to report that if your company has enough money to say that it can profit such a large amount, exorbitant amount of money, and you're not profit sharing to give your employees a stake within the company, then what are you doing with the money then? Especially, how are you justifying the cost of everything? Because what it's doing is creating a situation where 27-year-olds, if they do want to get married, if they do want to have families, if they do want to invest in other areas of the economy, like buying a home, they particularly can't because it costs so much just to be able to live in a standard setting. That's the point. So what is the age? There is not one. There isn't one. Okay. Us being millennials, the way that we are, if you live by yourself as a millennial, you're actually the exception to the rule, because there's so many millennials now. Think about it. As a millennial, we lived through what? We lived through the crash in 2008.
Yeah.
We lived through so much as a millennial. And oftentimes we're overlooked because we still got boomers living. Not to say that them being alive is a problem, but they're still in active power is the point. They're still in control. We got the generation after them, which I believe is Gen X, right?
I confused. I think it's Gen X. I confuse between Gen X and Gen Z.
So you got Gen X, and then millennials are just that middle group that's just weathering the storm of every fuckery that's happening, right? And so then you have everyone else before us saying, well, everyone needs to be accountable for the fact that, millennials don't want to work, Gen X, Gen Z doesn't want to work. And it's like, it's not that we don't want to work. The issue is that if we're going to work, pay me what I am worth. Give me something that is going to make my time worth it. Especially if you're getting increases as a CEO and you need me to be able to make your company thrive, prove it.
You got to bring in leverage, though. I think they got to bring in leverage too, though. I mean, you got to, if you have value as an employee for a company that's doing well, and you can prove your value.
True. No. I don't disagree at all because I don't disagree at all because it's not just enough to be able to say, give me what I'm worth. You have to be able to also prove your worth as well. I agree with that. And if you're not putting in the work to be able to prove that value, then you're shooting yourself in your foot. You're basically cutting off your nose in spite of your face. Okay.
I agree.
So I didn't get to where I am having a piss poorly written CV or resume. That was work. So asking for something, giving nothing is not the way to go either. And that's one of the problems in our community as well, is not realizing that you have to give in order to receive. Now, apparently some people within our community can understand it in other areas, but it can't understand that when it comes to it economically. But part of the reason why is because of the government's coddling. And ladies, you're not gonna like this, but coddling of the women. I'm not saying women shouldn't have rights. I'm not saying that women shouldn't have exceptions made. But when it comes to it, the coddling of providing a lot of exorbitant amount of resources because of bad decisions leads to this over entitlement of expectations from the government or from institutions to basically subsidize your insubordination and your inability, perpetuated inability to make sound decisions. For instance, you have a child. Again, hang on. Let me hang on 1 second, Saska, 1 second. Again, 50-50 responsibility for consensualized conception. Like I said, you have a child. It is not the state's responsibility to exert resources to figure out who the baby daddy is. Did I say that?
Yeah, you said it.
They're gonna be mad at me when I say that.
Do you think that America would be a more thriving country if we took away food stamps, alimony, and child support?
I was going to make that another part in this series, but okay. Those things in themselves doesn't drag this country down. To answer your question, I think having those three things without stipulation is what the problem is. So no, I don't think that those things in and of themselves create an issue for the country. I think that those components, without better regulation and stronger stipulations as they stand, is partly the problem. Because it's creating fiduciary hemorrhaging.
What does that mean? I never heard that word before.
Which one?
Fiduciary hemorrhaging.
Fiduciary meaning financial or fiscal, and hemorrhaging meaning a bleeding or a leak.
Okay, gotcha. All right, cool.
So here's what I mean by this. So you mentioned food stamps, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that means that you need help feeding your kids.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, here's a slippery slope with that one. If you're getting child support, I'm sorry, if you're getting food stamps, okay, you should be working. You should also be a documented individual. Now, notice I said documented individual, right?
Yeah, I know.
So I don't care if you have a green card. I don't care if you have a visa of some sort. I don't care. You need to be documented. And as soon as your document is expired, that money stops.
True. I agree, actually.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Documentation is necessary. Now, as far as citizens, however, you need to be working. And there needs to be a time limit of how long you are on such program. not just a consistent that you're on it and you're just on it until whenever. Because here's what happens. A automatic renewal, like a subscription process, creates complacency.
I was about to say that you get lazy.
Okay. It says, I only, if what it bills, it says, I'm relying on this money. So that means I can only make this amount of money to ensure that I maintain my level of qualification. Does that make sense? But I don't want to sit here and say that it shouldn't exist, because let's say, because I'm a disabled vet, right? And my wife and I, we make too much fucking money. Okay. We make so much damn money. We don't even want to make anymore, because it means it puts us in a different tax bracket. Okay.
I get you.
We're in those kind of problems. We actually give extra money to the fucking government every pay cycle to avoid owing taxes. Okay. It fucking sucks. But let's say I get injured again. Okay. I currently am diagnosed with non-epileptic seizures. So let's say, for instance, I have an episode and it takes me out, or whatever the case may be. My wife should be able to apply for something because of the fact that her breadwinner is down. Does that make sense?
It makes sense.
Currently, the system isn't designed to be able to allow or permit that. Why? Because it's stretched thin with people who are just perpetually on a resubmission cycle without revalidation, without requalification. See? So, what was the other one?
It was food stamps, child support, and alimony.
Okay, let's do alimony. Alimony is easy. You initiate the divorce. You're not entitled to anything that you wanted to fucking separate from.
Okay.
Obviously, you didn't want to keep it that bad to go through dealing with his ass or her ass. So why do you need it? If you wanted that lifestyle that much, then whatever you were dealing with, you probably should have worked through it or dealt with it.
And continue on with it. I agree.
Now, those are for the people with alimony who are salacious with it. For the people with alimony who are in this one type of situation where the woman, usually women, okay, but sometimes men, but usually women, who were young and gave up their younger years to be a dutiful wife. They didn't go to school. They didn't do anything. They were just a dutiful wife, and they have no life experiences, no jobs, no anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the husband files a divorce, or something inextricable happens to where she has no choice but to file for divorce. And let's say it's criminal. Let's say it's something major, not because I woke up one day and I looked over there and it wasn't hard. Therefore, I'm tired of seeing it. Do you see the point? It wasn't something minuscule.
Reasonable.
Okay. Reasonable, right? Because I understand those things happen. Then in situations like that, I could see alimony being a thing, because you gave up a lot for the marriage. Does that make sense?
That makes sense. That I agree with that part, because if she was there and y'all was together for at least let's say 10, 15 years, right? She gave up her ability to go out there and earn because she was raising the children, keeping the household up, and that gave the man the ability to not worry about the household or the children because she did that. So on that standpoint, yes, I 100% agree with that.
The purpose of alimony was designed to be able to, the purpose of alimony was never meant to be permanent. The purpose of alimony was designed to provide a cushion or a buffer to the person who felt as though they needed to be able to separate provide a level of lifestyle for a period of time for that other person who was disadvantaged from the separation to be able to have what they need in order to be reestablished, especially if there were kids involved. That is the purpose and point of alimony, not to be used nefariously, salaciously, and insidiously. That was the point of it.
I agree. That's cool.
So, in situations like that, I would say yes, alimony is necessary. And then for the length of time, it should be contingent upon the situation itself. Okay. If that person is well to do and capable, then it should be less time on the alimony. But if it was a severe case where, she's injured and unable to, that's different. Or if it's a situation where, she knows not, and she has to build herself from the ground up. Okay. Then I would say in that situation, then the alimony is prolonged. More than likely that man is well to do. Right. And so that alimony period is prolonged and she's able to, get herself on her feet, so on and so forth, yada, yada. But women who are in that situation, those women are usually not the women who are filing for divorce.
That's true.
The women who are filing for divorce are those hypergamous heifers who usually think that they can fucking do better. Let's keep it real. So the other one you said is child support.
Yes.
All right. So child support is one of those other areas too where it needs better regulation. I'm a cut for a second because this is the area where my conservative friends, which none of them right now are on. I don't know if they're listening at the very moment, but the BMU network is full of conservative friends. Right? Shout out to the BMU network and family. I love y'all. But my conservative people love to say, or more than likely will agree that they want small government. The problem with small government sometimes is that if it's too small, it's weak. So take the FDA, for instance. The FDA probably needs to be one of the biggest elements because it controls what America eats. Because the FDA is so small, what ends up happening is corporations just throw whatever they want into the foods. And what they do is when they report on what they put in the food, they just rubber stamp it and say, okay, just as long as you have just a small portion of arsenic in the food, it's fine, right? So they're so overwhelmed and understaffed that a lot of things get through, basically. So when you talk about child support, for instance, they don't really have what is necessary to actually manage it properly and execute it properly, oversee it properly, to the point where it's unfairly executed, it's unfairly warranted, and it's unfairly leveraged onto people. And when you don't, with those three combinations, it's skewed to the favor of one person, in particular, usually it's the woman. The laws themselves are poorly written, and they're written usually in the favor of the woman. So I think there's an overhaul, but do I think it's a need for there to be child support? Yes. Why? Because we have a lot of people, both men and women, who fail to take fucking accountability for what they have done. And I don't mean just because they conceived and a baby was born. I'm going to add one to it. If you decide to conceive, give birth to the baby, and you and that man, but both of you have decided whether or not you're going to stay together or not, both of you collectively have decided not to take care of that child as a co-equal and co-parent situation. And let's say the woman has decided to, and the man didn't. What confuses the hell out of me is why would a man in the worst example not take care of their child? In the worst example, right?
Okay.
In the middle example, why would a woman not be good stewards of the money that is being given to a child when you have a man who is not present but provides money to the family without putting a child support situation in place? And in the best case scenario, where there isn't a unit when they're not married, why would you, as a woman, not be a good mother to your child when the man wants to be in the child's life, but you purposely make it difficult for him to be in a child's life? All three options on that spectrum seems really fucked up to me, especially when there are other options available to ensure that this child does not have this experience between two sets of unreasonable parents. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. It is. I think I have just become immune to certain different aspects of life, and when I see different things, it used to bother me a lot when I see it was going through with other people. But once I realized that it doesn't really do me any favors to feel that way, I do feel some type of way when I see a child going through problems when they shouldn't even have to because their parents are being idiots. And it used to bother me a lot. But then I noticed I didn't want to bring that back home to my own household. I don't like bringing things from the outside that I experience and then bringing it back home to where I lay my head down at. So it took me a little while to get that and understand that. But so I understand what you're saying. It is messed up in so many different degrees. But since I don't have or no way or an understanding on how to fix it, I kind of just stopped thinking about it.
Yeah. So to me, I would have to, because I want to talk about this in this series here, and I want to look at the legislation, because I think that part of the problem is that we have 50 different legislations about child support, and it's not universal. That's one. Two, a woman can just throw a man on child support in large part without really much investigation or a much proof on either one party's part, usually the females. Usually. Okay, I've seen some women having to pay some child support as of late. Okay. And the next thing is, I do not think that child support means spouse support. I'm going to repeat that. I do not think child support means spouse support.
I like that a lot.
Child support does not mean that it supports your car. Child support does not mean that it supports your nails, your clothes, your anything. Just because a child lives with you, it does not mean that it's that money goes to support you. Child support means it goes to support everything that either directly or tangentially supports the child. Okay, so my own situation, I'm a stepfather too. All right, so I'm a bio dad and a stepdad. Okay, hang on one second. JT, I'm going to can you hang on? Can you do me a favor? The person's in the chat, Big D. Can you block him for me?
Got you.
Thank you. I'm a stepdad and a bio dad, and I only split them up because they're two different jobs that I have. And so when I was dealing with my stepson's father, his initial thought was he had to pay less child support because I came into the picture. Bro, that's not how that works. Just because I'm coming in here and I'm feeding him, filet mignons or whatever, he's gonna eat what I eat. If I make, because I cook, I'm the cook in the house. So if I'm making, beef Wellingtons, if I'm making, steak Diane, if I'm making, chicken tortellini or pasta alla vodka, if I'm making these things from scratch for myself or whatever case may be, I'm not going to say that he can't eat that because no, that's not how that works. But because you don't think that he should be eating those things, that justifies you paying less in child support because your ex has me now. No, that's not how that works. Because he tried to say that is a justification for him paying less in child support, and I don't get that. Your son still needs the same amount of money that you have been giving for your son. And I can guarantee that your money has been going to your son because all of my money is going towards this house. One thing I can tell you about my wife for sure is that the money that she was getting from him was going definitely to his son. She was accountable for that. So to me, I think all women should take that same approach. And what I constantly see with child support is that it's treated as if it's a game and the children are treated as weapons, as a tool of vindication or as the tool of vindication or some sort of weapon to get at the man or to get more from the man or to excoriate the man, as opposed to just getting what is right and just.
It's rightfully owed, not overly over the top or too little.
Correct. So in the child support aspect of it, I think it's necessary for people who lack accountability. But I think your deeper question that you really want to ask as it relates to child support is when it comes to accountability aspect of it, should a man be forced to pay child support if he indicated to the woman that he didn't want to be a father?
Nah, I think that if you made the child, you should pay child support. If you put yourself in that situation, it's like if I commit a robbery and I say, well, I only did it because I needed money to eat, but you got caught, you still did it. So you still gotta commit and do your time or your debt to society because of what you did. I don't think because you did something out of displacement that it's okay to be like, well, I only did it because of this. So I do think if you make the child and you're not going to actually take care of the child, I don't think a man should be on child support if he's taking care of the child. I think that's different. But if he decides to not be in the child's life, I think he should pay.
Okay, I could agree with that. I could agree with that. Yes, it would be the burden of the mother or the female to prove that the male or the father is not active in the child's life. What I've come to understand, and Jade, and you, I don't know if you agree with me on this, but it seems like the women that seem to have the most problems, baby daddy problems, are actually with the men who are actually actively trying to be in the child's life.
Yeah.
Because
a lot of times it does come from it goes to what you had said earlier, using the child as a weapon. You also use them as a pawn. And what I've observed is that what happens is that the child end up becoming, guess what? An adult.
Quick.
So what are we teaching that child, right? So yeah, I believe that for one, the family court system is definitely a terrible system. It needs to be redone.
Yeah.
I think once that is done, and it's not going to be, this is the thing, it's never going to be 100% fair. It's just not, right? Because when you start talking about case by case, you have to deal with it case by case. However, it's just going to be a consequence that people are just going to have to suffer. I don't care how much you change the system, it's still going to be a problem, because you have some people that are using it as a weapon, and then some people don't want to pay for the child, period. They don't want to pay for their child at all. So you're always going to have these issues when it comes down to it. To revamp it is something that has to be talked about. Well, we already understand why that's not happening. It's a multitude of things of why it's not happening. One is because it brings in entirely too much money and residual. I'm not talking about child support itself. I'm talking about the things that it takes that goes through the system. One of the things is administrative fees. Then you have the what's the other one for the actual company that does it, and then you have the lawyers, and then you have the judges. Everyone is winning except for the family, the people that had the children. So when you start talking about that, it has to be revamped. And when you revamp it, then it's not going to even be even in the court system, because these lawyers and these judges are not going to deal with it. And damn sure you're not going to have these agencies that are subjugated to pay, because everybody's getting paid. Everybody's getting paid, and the ones that suffer is the family. The child is the number one that's going to suffer. But remember, I told you earlier, boss man, I seen a case where a father was paying child support on his son, who also was paying child support on his son, who also was paying child support.
Yep.
That's the tangle web we weave. And that's where it gets a problem. So it's not just the system, it's the ability or the inability to not want to be a community. Community starts with woman, man, and then it goes from children, and so on and so forth. And no one wants that anymore, because everybody is looking what they get out of it. So what you get out of it is basically broken families and lawyers and judges, and everyone else gets paid except for you.
Well, I'm not gonna push back. I'm actually going to make a point as it relates to why, because when it comes to that, what's the point of child support? The point of child support is for a woman or there's not a woman, a single parent to receive support from the other parent who's not present in order for you to be able to afford or get assistance to help raise the child economically, not socially, but just economically, right? Do we agree with that premise?
No, I agree with that.
So does that by that objective thought, thinking objectively, that let's move the dial, that also means that by the existence of child support, it means that no one person in general, the average person, cannot financially raise a child on average by themselves on a fiduciary note. Correct? I said average. Do we need to see the stats of the again, as far as how much the average person makes?
That's sad though, man.
I get that part, but if that's the case, then
because I'm going somewhere.
Yeah, but go ahead, because I can tell you that it still is not is very lopsided when you're talking about that. I get what you're saying, absolutely. When you're saying the average person won't be able to financially support their children.
Well, there's a reason
one person would be able to do it. I think that one person won't be able to do it if it's one child. I think that I mean, people have shown that they are doing it. right?
Correct.
However,
there's your however. Go ahead.
however, once you start putting people in jail, then what are we talking about? It's counterproductive.
Okay. So
it's not. That's not actually the objective through the courts. It's for that one parent to have a child taken care of. That is not their. Yes, that's the premise that they're resting their head on. But we also know that that is not necessarily true. It is absolutely not necessarily true, because if that was true, then you would not have one man, and I'm gonna say specifically men, having 5 cases, 3 cases. Because if that's the case, then how, if you have one person that can't take care of one child, then how can one person take care of 5? How can one person take care of 3?
Well, no, see, so one person technically, you're talking about how can you have one man having 5 cases where he's providing child support for 5 cases? Is that what you're saying?
And you know I'm being hyperbole when I'm saying.
Oh, no, I understand. Okay, so I'm gonna talk about that, because that is happening, but that child, those 5 cases, those 5 children, or those 5 cases aren't just receiving the support from that one man. Those 5 children, let's just say hypothetically, is also receiving support from those 5 mothers as well, assuming that they're working. There are also
5 women. Not if those 5 women have 3 other kids by 3 different men.
Okay, and I'm pretty sure those other kids are got cases too, and I'm pretty sure those women, I'm pretty sure, are getting other benefits as well, entitlements as well, like Medicare, Medicaid. I'm pretty sure they're also getting food stamps as well, because and I'm pretty sure they're getting child tax credits as well.
I just say, yeah, man. Like,
so my point.
So what I'm saying is that when we're saying that one person on average can't take care of a child,
economically,
I tend to have a little bit pushback.
What it be like where you live at? Because where I stay at, you can literally make, if you're making $50,000 a year where I live, you're doing pretty well. With one for one, you're doing pretty good. And with $50K where I stay at, with one child, just one parent and one child making $50K a year, they will actually be fine. They will live a decent life.
Okay, so this means what we're talking about now is a bifurcation between men and women again, because it seems like men are more capable of doing it than women, because men require less resources for themselves in order to thrive and survive. Women require more because they spend more on other things, and men generally make more. Okay,
I agree.
So now we're getting to the meat and potatoes. So now women have a harder time doing it financially and socioeconomically than men do. Correct? By that mean sort of.
I've seen it.
metric.
I agree with you. I've seen women complain all the time about how they're always struggling when they have kids. So I agree with you, actually.
Okay. So now, to my point, is that the reason why you have the situation that JT is talking about is because you have this mantra that women can do everything that a man can do, or I can do this without somebody else, or I can do it by myself. JT's situation that you brought up, sir, would not be happening if women weren't programmed to believe that it is so readily available and possible to do any and everything by themselves, to include raising a kid. Because I'm gonna tell you something, a lot of the child support cases wouldn't happen if it wasn't so easily touted to them that you go, girl, you can do that without him. You don't need him. Have that baby. He's a piece of shit. Have that baby.
Yeah.
Because if more accountability was actually purported and promulgated and pushed out to them about that, they probably would think twice about pushing out a baby. They probably would think twice about not taking an abortifacient before things got too bad, and they probably would think twice about not being on birth control. They probably would think twice about having sex, without protection in the first place.
Yeah.
It all ties back to piss poor fucking decisions.
Yeah.
And not just on her. Please don't get that twisted.
No,
on
we said
him too.
No, from the theme of the show, accountability.
Yeah, that's
I said it earlier. I said when you think that you can do things without having any consequences and you're just doing things, what happens? Life is going to show you. It's going to throw consequences and hit you over the head with consequences left and right.
Sure
But
will.
JT, here's the problem. Women have, I'm telling you, and they're not going to fucking like this. But as much as I want to balance the scale on this shit, women have a lot more options than we do.
Yeah, but then it still goes to the point of because they have more options, they don't think the consequences are dire. We do. At some point, you got men. Man, listen, I know men that have been in prison. You know what they always have in their mind when they come out? I ain't ever going back there again. And what they end up doing is changing their life. You won't even know that these men have been in prison unless they told you. But when you see their lives in the present, you be like, wow.
Right.
Got their own businesses, whether it's landscaping, truck driving, whatever it is that they're doing. And once you get the chance to talk to them, they're like, no, I was out there in the streets. I was doing A, B, and C.
Mm-hmm.
But it's this big ass bat they call consequence. And I didn't I can't afford to do that again. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go as far as I can to righteousness. You ever notice when men come out of prison, they found some type of faith?
Yeah.
Hebrew Israelite?
Probably,
Muslim?
probably inside there, yeah.
It definitely comes. You're gonna have to when they come out. When women come out, what do?
Right,
continue scamming,
right,
continue doing the shit that they were doing. They don't think consequences are for them.
Is the recidivism rate higher for women than it is men? Do I need to look that up?
You might. I didn't ever think about it like that, but he has a very valid point. I never thought about it in that standpoint because I've seen that time and time again.
Recidivism rate.
Interesting. I sub to the channel. I gotta go. It was nice talking to y'all, man. Appreciate it.
It's a pleasure, man. Most definitely. I'm glad that you did, man.
I appreciate your questions and come back.
All right, thank
you.
Hey,
do you got a channel yourself, bro?
Yeah, but I just do gaming. I don't do like talks and panel. I just play the game all day.
Absolutely. That's what's up, bro. Absolutely. You on Twitch?
Nah, I don't do Twitch because my mouth is bad and
you already know, Twitch is something different, man.
Yeah, I can't. I'm cool in it, man. It's fine. I don't mind YouTube. It's the same to me. It's the same shit.
Yeah. Most definitely, man. Hey,
Well,
man.
we got something here every day of the week for the most part. So feel free to subscribe and turn on the notification, of course, and come on over whenever you like. But yeah, I appreciate the conversation. You asked some very critical questions, and I appreciate the conversation, man. It was nice to have you, JT.
Yeah. Make sure if you can, bro, on Friday nights we have the barbershop. That's where you had a men talking. We have a larger panel of men. The same channel right here, man. Barbershop is when on Friday. What is it? 9:30, 10 o'clock, something like that.
9:30.
9:30
Eastern.
9:30.
I don't know where you live. So
you said Easter?
Yeah,
9:30 Eastern.
That's good. That's good for me. Yeah, I'll definitely come back. I enjoyed myself. It was fun. I'm glad I found it out of the blue. So
yeah,
glad. All right, man. Most definitely, man. Appreciate you, brother.
I appreciate y'all. Take care.
All right, salute. Yeah.
Cool.
Hey, boss man, you doing it up, boy?
Hey, I'm getting out there. Look, for the most part, I don't know. JT, it took me a minute to think of this one and think of where I wanted to go with this one because, again, shout out to Lost in Translation. I definitely want to tell a story, and I don't want to come out of my ass with it. I don't want to, speak out of the side of my neck or speak out of both sides. I want to start somewhere and, tell this story and tell it in a way that starts from one place, from a root, and get to a solution.
Yes.
But I cannot start in the middle and talk past a situation. I want to go by thread and slice it and dice it until we get to a point where we can understand how we got here, where we are, and how can we fix it.
Yes.
And yes, so it seems like the series ideas seems to work. Some people gravitate to it, some people don't. But it seems like the battle battle of the sexes seems to be something that is replete across YouTube and across society, and I'm just wondering why.
Yeah, it's because people started from the middle. People started from the middle. That's basically what you're saying. They're not taking the time to actually say, okay, let's dissect it. You have a lot of people that want to be up for authority of their talking points. And this is where you have a lot of people being pretentious with one another. That's why it's a little bit different over here, because even though we have a difference in opinion, we all have, we respect each other's angle from where we come from, right? Because believe it or not, we all tell our stories based off of our soliloquies when we speak. It comes out of us. The questions we raise, the way that we answer them. And I got to say that you are definitely a great asset to this network. And one of the reasons is because, for one, nobody is like one another. We're all different. We all have different ways on how we look at things. So when you bring in a different perspective, and believe it or not, like I told you before, we've tackled so many topics. This is probably one of the topics that we did, but every time we attack it, it always comes from a different angle. So absolutely, we need to take it piece by piece, slice by slice, because every time we talk about it, we end up picking up something that we probably missed, right? Just listening, because we have, and especially when you start talking about child support, it can get very pretentious because everybody has, their own story on, if they was on the business end of the gun or if they was on the receiving end, it's kind of like that. But we definitely need to talk about it. A lot of people reflect from their present, their past, and then they're looking at what it is that they want to go for their future. And having this type of a conversation at least get people to think. When they leave here, they're still going to be thinking about it. And they maybe wanted, and that's another thing that I have to do. Once I start back on my shows myself, you guys in the chat, man, if you guys have any ideals, any things that you want us to tackle, to talk about, or something like that, email us. Email Black Man. You can email me. What we know, I'm wrong. It is DJ, because I had to what we know, and somebody hacked my doggone email. But DJ.jigtyte at what is it? Gmail.com.
You got it?
Black Man is, where's his? I know I check a bunch of them. But damn, what is Black Man's right off the rip? Because I know it's still Black Man Unfiltered. I think it's Black Man Unfiltered at gmail.com. I'm pretty sure it's Black Man Unfiltered at gmail.
Yeah,
I think it's Black Man Unfiltered. Unfiltered Network.
No, it's Black Man Unfiltered at gmail.com.
Gmail.com. Yeah. So everything he has is Black Man. But if you guys have ideas, just send it to us. Send it. I'm telling you, we'll definitely put it on the list of things to talk about, and we're going to come at them at a different angle. It's even with relationships. We don't try to talk about relationships like every other panel does. For one, there's a lot of guys over this way that got some age on us. You know what I'm saying? So we are all, and then we got married men. We have men in long-term relationships. We even have single men that talk about dating from an older perspective, still out here dating. And we have that. And shout out to my man, Trey. I don't know where he been, but yeah, man, Trey was, he was over here and he was putting that out there also. But yeah, a lot of things that we can talk about from the aspect of family, building families and all of these things, man. And if you guys get a chance also just to go in the archive, man, look at some of those old videos also. It's going to show you a lot of things, man. We had a lot of guests over here too.
Yeah.
But, hey, man.
I look occasionally.
Yeah. And shout out to you. Why you bringing people over here, man? Because people, they're really digging you. I think it's just your perspective, and then your personality coming over and the way that you talk about certain issues. It's funny because a lot of people didn't know how to take you, did they? They didn't know what you was.
Not at all. Not at all. I was concerned. I was concerned if I was going to be first of all likable, because I didn't think I was entertaining. I still don't think so, actually. I'm more litigious than anything, and that's even still to this day still a concern, because I don't want to PowerPoint people to death, but I do want people to be informed, or at least informed of what I'm saying.
Oh, absolutely. The longer we do it, anyway, the longer you do it, the easier it's going to be for you, because then you be like, okay, this is what I do. Especially, do you watch yourself?
Yes.
Yeah, you know how hard it is for people to watch themselves? It's even harder to listen to yourself.
Well, that's one. So speaking of accountability, we're gonna go right back to it. One of the things I try to do is correct myself. If again, I can't hold anyone to account if I can't look back on what I've done and do a self-reflection to say, what do I need to correct? What do I need to adjust in order to refine the craft, especially if it's something that I'm really either passionate about. And this is becoming a passion, sharing information to people who apparently enjoy my perspective. So
absolutely.
But I appreciate the kind words. And hey, it's Sparta.
Yeah, I had to jump in here pretty fast.
Yeah.
Good evening to you, sir. Hang on, but before you start, Dora, this is an interesting topic. So we will take heed to this and get back to you on that one. Thanks for the suggestion there.
Which one was that one?
So it's about basically African Americans, Black people who don't want to be referred to as African Americans.
Absolutely. We've talked about that too, and I would love to have that conversation. I had a show about what is Black, what is African American, and why do we still call ourselves Black or African American? So I had a show on that before, but I think I did it by myself. It'll be dope to have a panel for that, because we still have people that, and you would get some strong opinions, no doubt about it. It was funny, but because I didn't know that I was going to have that many people interested in that concept that I had, right? The legal part, the social part, so that'll be dope. That'll be a dope one too.
Sparta. Good evening to you, sir.
What's going on, guys?
Boy, what's going on with you, man?
Appreciate you coming over.
BT.
Man, I've been all over the damn United States.
You've been hiding, haven't you?
And even before then, man, I had to get a whole new computer. I had to go through the craziness of, you know, how transferring stuff over and stuff, and I didn't do what I was
I'm dealing
supposed
with
to do.
not an issue, just a big ass monitor.
Mm-hmm.
So hey, Braxton, for a quick second. So yours, hang on. Some of my African friends ask me, "Am I married?" And some ask me, "Why am I not married?" And I had wait, and I was told by my family member to stay single due to how this nation is now. The single life is so beautiful. So are you saying? So are you saying that you prefer to stay single? Answer that question for me. So thanks, Sparta, for coming over. How you doing, man?
Not mad. I'm not telling you again. Just show my little support because you always jump on mine. I jump on your stuff a little bit.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. It's a conversation you guys are having tonight.
I'm about to say, what did you hear and what did you think? And give me some feedback on what did you see on the material and any commentary.
Working on my computer, so I was off and on a little bit. So I did catch the child support part of it, and that always makes me laugh because you're shoving people in child support in jail. So it doesn't stop adding up. It keeps going up and up and up as you're doing time. So how the fuck are you gonna pay when you're locked behind prison? And I worked in jails, and these guys who do work in jails, they're only making like $3 a day, $1 here, $1 there. So they're not making like money like they're outside. So again, how is that common sense? So you're gonna put him in jail because he's behind child support because he got laid off for whatever legit reason, and he can prove it, but he cannot pay for it because he's in jail. How you 1 + 1 = 2? It doesn't add up to me. Now you tell me somebody is a bum who says I'm not paying you just because I don't want to pay you. Okay, that makes sense to me. Shove his ass in jail. Okay, cool. That part makes sense. But that doesn't. One thing I will say, and I have said this multiple times on this panel, my panel, and a lot of panels. As men, we live in a dangerous time. Dating has been destroyed because of online dating. It's more like shopping a car. Like, okay, let me see what kind of lemon I'm going to get this time. And most of the times you're like, you know, as a man, I want to hunt. I want to work for my ass. So as like that, don't give it up to me on the first date or in 10 minutes me meeting you. And like that takes all the fun out of it. Let me work on it a little bit. Like let me, you know, put some game into it. Like let me do something. But when I meet you and you're the first thing, let's go to your bedroom, open your fucking legs like a Lincoln Tunnel. I'm like, okay,
that's not dating.
yeah, I agree with you, dude. I think it was a fun out of it. I'm like, let me have some fun in the process. You know what I'm saying?
That's another one. I did one on that one also, like dating and today's dating and things like that, because and that's what I really understand now by talking to a lot of men, that it's just it's really dating is like fear-based. Most people date with fear. Majority of people date with anxiety, and there's nothing wrong with the anxiety part. But when you have frustration and anxiety together, you're not dating anybody. The only thing that you're doing is eventually getting to the point where you're going to argue with each other. And especially when you have pretentious people. And I'm still looking for, because I see it on YouTube and social media, but I'm still wondering if it's really real, where you have women telling guys that they won't date them because they won't take them to a expensive restaurant.
That's the other one.
Food. Really? You know, it's kind of like that. So I think we can definitely revisit that one also, because that goes to before marriage, right? We had another one that we talked about, Boss Man, where we talked about courting and what courting actually is versus what everybody thinks it is. And that comes from community. Courting is a community thing. It is not a woman and a man thing. Everyone participates in courting. And a lot of people don't know anything about that. So it's like you said, we take it slice by slice. and we just walk this thing down, because what we really want to see is that we can get rid of this whole concept of gender war. That does nothing for us.
I agree.
Yeah, it does nothing.
It's funny you said that, because I actually have a show scheduled for dating apps have destroyed dating world. So I'm actually looking forward to that one. It's going to be in December. But back to the original conversation is, what kind of world are we looking into now if you're shopping for love? Listen, I have mentioned emotion, like I want, you know, me and you have been on this street for a while, JT, and I have said to you, and me and you are pretty new to each other, boss man, but I have said it online. I mean, we all have this conversation. I have said I'm single. I'm looking to marry somebody eventually. I want to pop some Spartans out eventually, you know, start my own little Greek army. But I give a great example. A girl I was talking to, it was like 3-4 months ago. The conversation is going great. So she asked me about my tattoos. So yeah, I have some tattoos. What a big deal. And she's Greek, by the way. She goes, "Oh, I can't date you because you have tattoos." Are you fucking kidding me now, right? Because of my tattoos, really? Give me a better reason. Maybe because my dick is too big or something like that. Okay, I understand that. I'm like, yes, that's actually happened to me. That actually has happened to me. Yes. But don't give me, you cannot date me because of tattoos. Oh, I don't know how my family's gonna like that. Like, I'm not fucking dating your family, bitch. I'm dating you.
So basically, she was like this. Like that.
But that is kind of dope. The shopping for a relationship. That's a dope concept, bro. I need someone to come already assembled. And what I'm looking for is someone that is equally yoked. I don't know how you're gonna find that.
Wait a second. Okay, let's break down this equally yoked thing. Okay.
Wait, they're supposed to automatically come equally yoked. They come with batteries and equally yoked.
Okay. People misunderstand this equally yoked thing. Okay.
They
people think that it means that you are of like mind. It's not. Equally yoked. The yoked part means it's a reference to yoking animals.
The yoke used to be on the backs of the animals. Yes.
Okay. And it meant that you were balanced. Okay. So if you had an animal, let's say a cow or a mule, or whatever,
2 mules,
and you yoke them together. Okay. If you had one that was bigger than the other one on the other side, okay, they would pull. And if they would pull or trolley, what ended up happening is one would steer and the other one would not steer. And what would happen is it would pull.
It goes just like this.
Okay. Same thing, vice versa, it would pull the other way. So equally yoked would mean that you have two that are the same, okay, pulling straight. What you would end up doing is if you have one person that is good at one thing, but is not good at another. So let's say they're good at A, not good at B. What they would need to find is someone that is good at B and not good at A, so they balance each other. That is equally yoked. That's what that means. That way, when they yoke together, you can learn from each other to be able to go forward, not steer left or steer right.
You're right. Yeah.
That is what equally yoked actually means. If you get with somebody and you can't learn anything from them. So I'll give you an example. When it came to my wife and I taught her that when it came to credit, when it comes to credit, you look at the credit report and you look at the date that the credit that the card itself, the trade line reports on. Okay, you need to make your payment not on the date that it's due. Well, sure, by the date it's due, but you need to make sure that you make no other charges to the card before the date that it reports. You also need to make sure that the amount is at least 10 to 15% lower than it was the last time that it reported. Because most people, what ends up happening is they make the payment on the card, but right before it reports, what it does is it charges an interest amount that then brings it back up to past the amount that you actually made the payment on. What ends up happening is it takes it past the amount that it last reported. So if you always ensure that the amount that it reported on the previous month is lower, is lower than the amount previous, before the date that it reports. So yeah, pay attention to the date that the payment is due, but after the payment is due, is going to apply a interest on the amount of money that you charge from the last report date. That woman took that information and she fucking excelled, and she credits me on that information to anybody. If you can't learn from the person that you've gotten with, you're not equally fucking yoked. Right. That's what that means.
And that's what they don't. That's right. Where they don't remember what we said earlier when we were talking about the whole thing with accountability. It's very hard for people to have accountability in a relationship when they don't understand what it actually means. They don't. And when you ask me, is it because of what did you ask me? You said, is it because of not ego, but you said
pride.
Pride. And I do. While I say that it does have pride, fear is a bigger component. Fear, and this is what will keep people from being actually equally yoked.
Fear of what?
The unknown. Everything that everybody talks about the bad things that go. Think about being a young person trying to be in a relationship, and you may be in a relationship with someone and you hearing all this shit going around. It brings fear because it's nothing but horror stories that's going on, and not only just in these spaces, but you see it firsthand. Cousins. You probably have a mother and a father that's going through a divorce, or it's all of these things that bring in the anxiety of fear. Or it's not the actual, because most people don't understand the purpose of relationship. You got to remember, the majority of people think that relationships are to make them better people. It will, right, but you don't have to look for that. What you look for is what you can fortify. You want to fortify this vehicle called relationship, but there's a bunch of things that you have to understand in the relationship of what you're going to have to go through. For once, when we talk about, you hear people saying it, but they don't believe it. Relationships are a mirror. You've even said it earlier today, where you said that a woman is the reflection of that man.
Correct.
Right? These things are things that people should be bringing into these relationships and into the marriage. The reason why, like what Braxton was that Braxton that has said it, that the single life is the shit right now. It's beautiful. So that tells you what society is about. It's nothing. It's not a bang on Braxton or not, because I understand what the young folks are saying. I understand what my young men are saying. So the thing is that yes, it does do something for you by yourself when you can have peace of mind not being in a relationship or being single, right? But you're not building any type of a community. And what you're doing actually is that you're perpetuating this thing called individual. What is it? Say it.
You're muted, buddy.
I don't want to say it wrong. It's
individuality.
Individuality. It's things that we just need to actually practice. A lot of people do a lot of talking, but they don't practice it. So it's very difficult for them to get the results that they desire, because they're looking for results that actually are very easy to obtain because it's already right there in front of you. Happy. You're happy just dating somebody. But the thing about happiness is that it fades. And then it's going to be something else to make you happy. But then it's going to be something to make you sad. It's going to be something. Those are emotions that you're attached to. I mean, and we supposed to have those because those are indicators of what's going on in our life. However, Principles. And you have to understand when somebody say, nope, first thing, let's go with rules. One of the rules is that a relationship is a classroom. If people don't understand that, and it's a fight. It's going to be, you're going to be going through all the things that you would with a roommate and even more. But at some point, you're going to be conditioned in that relationship to learn how to deal with them, right? Not tolerate them. You're going to deal with them. And then this is why you can see some relationships where you can see a man and a wife having a conversation with each other, a husband and wife having a conversation with each other, but their tone is just so out cold with it. Like, you can tell that it's, a little argument they have, but the way that they doing it, you like, oh man, that's a beautiful thing to see, right? Especially when they're going and their common goal is to have a conclusion. Sometimes it's going to be a middle ground, but a lot of times it may not. You may have to just compromise and say, well, fuck it, because it's for the greater good. I have no idea. It ain't my fight, really. Okay, let's just go that way. Let's do it that way then. And they just learn how to do that. That shit does not come instantly. You don't add water and now we can just compromise with ease. That's not how it goes. You have to be able to practice it. It's just like doing a dance routine. I ain't never seen nobody go out there and they can do the same damn moves with each other and they ain't never practiced with each other. No, it's a waltz. And then you end up getting it to a point where that relationship that you have, it shines on your children. It teaches them how to have conflict resolution. Sometimes you just have to compromise. Sometimes you don't. I'm a dude that, man, I'm telling you certain things. I'll be like, nope, I ain't doing it. But if they come to me with something where it's just at a point where I can use my logic and I say, well, that ain't really a fight that I even want to fight. I can hold on to something so long and I'll be like, why am I holding on it for so strong? I let it go. It ain't going to change my life. I don't care one way or another. But we get caught up in that thing sometimes. That's what we have to learn how to do. We have to get rid of the fear from being with that person. We relegate things simply, and I'm talking about being in relationships or just trying to fortify your relationship. A lot of people, once the sex is just sex with them now, they have nothing else. And now one has got their arms folded, the other twiddling their thumbs. One person is like, I like how it is. The other one's like, no, it's something that's missing. What's missing is that we ain't got that fire no more because we're not working towards shit. We want it to stay the same. It can't stay the same. It won't stay the same.
Well, that's usually, Sparta, would you agree that's usually a woman's issue of wanting things to stay the same and not realizing that things do progress and morph into something different as time goes by in a marriage or in a relationship?
I want to say yes and no. The reason I say yes and no, it depends on the woman. Let's use my ex, for example. She was a very spoiled woman. She got everything she wanted ever in her life. So for her, she goes, change was good. I want a new car. Boom. I wanted that. Boom. Not even a question. Mm-hmm. But when she met me, I go to her, no, we're not doing that. She didn't like that. So her self-defense mode was, okay, let me attack him with words. Oh, you're not a big enough man for me. You're not this. You're not that. But I'm doing everything. Great example. I told her, listen, I know you want the new Highlander, but right now it's not a good time. Let's wait like 6 months. Give me 6 months and we'll revisit the conversation. What she does, she went and go get it herself. $650 a lease. I almost had a goddamn fucking stroke.
Yeah.
For a lease, not even a finance, a fucking goddamn lease. It's not even yours. I have never paid over $250, maybe $300 tops on a lease.
Yeah, it shouldn't be more. If it's going to be more than if you bought it, you might as well buy it.
Exactly.
That's crazy. Wow, but the thing is that there also has to be a form of I don't want to say, well, I gotta say it, where
spit it out.
At some point, women have to be able to understand that no matter what that you're going through is going to change. Now, one of the things that I know what BOSSMAN is talking about, and this is because I'm coming from an older standpoint with kids, right? When you put women will put their whole world around those children, and then the children gets older, and then they go to college, and mom is still doing everything that she can for them while they're in college, and they living their life. You know when it gets bad for mom? When that child starts to have their own family.
That's right.
So if she has a son, mama don't want that woman. She ain't gonna like her initially. She'll be nice to her probably, but it is a hard. They go through some shit when it comes down to that, because that's what they were doing, putting their life all around that child's. They just intertwined everything they had going on, and then as soon as that child that they probably already was dating, but as soon as they start saying, I like this person enough, I'm gonna introduce this person to my folks. It's the mama. The mama don't like to change. I'm not talking to you every day like we used to talk. We used to talk every day. We used to do this every day.
Verbatim.
Now that you got that man, I don't hear nothing from you. Now that you got that woman, I don't hear nothing from you.
I don't hear nothing from you.
TJ, you forgot I had my mother on the panel once.
Yeah. I seen your mom too. Yeah.
I'm the only child, and she hates probably 99.9% of every woman on this planet.
Absolutely.
She thinks every woman she thinks she's the one to write my coccyx said to me once. Yeah.
So that equally yoked part, yeah, but boss man, it would take the father to usher her to get right there so we can move as a unit, because it will interfere with her relationship she has with the child's father if she's with him.
So
makes it difficult, but not as difficult her being by herself. Because you got a man like me, I'd be like, get out of my kids, get out their life, let them live. And then I talk to her about it, and then she'd be like, all right, I'm gonna back up a little bit then because you got to focus on me. That's a grown ass person right there. Let them do it. Because guess what I'm doing? Looking at it, I'm probably worse than she is, right? I'm probably as worse as she is, but I understand the change. So I can actually usher her to a point where she's like, okay, we empty nesters now. Let's get to us. And then she'll be cool with that. And bam, that's the equally yoked that a lot of women, that's part of it. And that's a lot of people, they be thinking it's equally yoked means this financial thing. And no, it's every aspect of the life, because we need each other to usher each other sometimes. That's why sometimes when it comes down to the man is having issues in his life, a lot of people like to call them midlife crisis. I hope I never get one.
Have you seen your head?
Just live a little longer.
I'm close.
But
so
here's the thing.
Go ahead, Sparta.
I dated a woman, and you guys know this. I was with my ex for 3.5 years. I raised her kids. When I got in the house, her youngest always missed school, all this stuff, yada. And one thing that really bothered me, she usually turn around and call her kids stupid right in her face. Like, you know, something like, you know how kids do some dumbass things. And I'm like, at some point I got really fucking mad at her. Listen, I sent a tough love, but you're being cruel now. Your own mother calling you stupid. No, I cut that shit off fast. And like, that needs to stop now, or this is not gonna fucking work out. Simple. You don't call you something like, take his PlayStation away, cut his Wi-Fi off. Yes, take his phone away. I'm okay with that. Tough love, yeah. Like when he got the young one got arrested for shoplifting, for stealing makeup for his girlfriend. Leave him in there for a night. I went to her like, what? Leave his ass in there. He's going to learn. If you go rescue him, he's going to say, oh, mom, AP got me. All right, no, leave his ass in there. I left him over the night in there. I picked him in the morning. And I said, why are you picking up? I was too busy sleeping, dude. Simple. Yeah, when I got the call, I was like, leave him in there. I went to the officer. And he called me. He didn't call his mother. That's the funny part. Because he thought I was going to run. Nope, I left his ass in there.
Why high? Did you highlight that one? Why high? Should a man divorce his wife for purchasing a vehicle over $65,000?
I was actually reading that
I was
too.
going to talk about that.
Who wants to go first?
Well, I'll go ahead and tackle it.
Go for it. JT can go next. I go last.
So, first of all, I need context on this one. First of all, financial infidelity, that's some new shit. I'm going to tell you why. Because that's some shit that women made up to be able to find a way to justify a divorce for the most part on the other side of things. Okay. So personally, I don't believe financial infidelity is something that's something that is justifiable. Now, what I can say is financial irresponsibility or financial being volatile financially is a problem. What I mean by that is stealing, for instance, or embezzlement is a problem whenever you are taking money from a corporate entity of the person that you don't have any stake in, and that's a particular problem. Okay, but whenever you are married, your assets are y'all's assets, whether you like it or not. Okay, so that's one. Now, as far as the point of the question here, without his knowledge, well, I need context. Is a $65,000 car, I'm assuming it's not cash that the person paid. So I'm assuming that they financed the car. So now I got to ask the question, was it her money or was it his money sourced, or was it money that was coming out of the pot for the house?
Yeah, that does make a big difference.
Because my wife, when she got her car, she called me and asked me, and mind you, she makes her own, like, so we're both 6-figure individuals, okay, on our own right. But before she crossed 6 figures, she asked me if it would be okay for her to buy the car. And yes, I gave her permission to do so. But I told her that it was okay so as long as it wasn't going to be a burden on her responsibilities that are assigned to her on a fiscal note in the household. Because we don't go 50-50 in the house. We go proportionality, percent-wise in the household.
Which it should be, if that's what we're doing. Yep.
So Vanguard retirement account. Okay, now I got another question. With the Vanguard retirement account, okay, so let's address the first one. So she did it without your permission. She did it without permission. So the only time there would be an issue without permission is if she took money from an account that she does not, her name isn't on. So if my wife took money out of an account that her name was on, technically speaking, she had a right to it because it was her money too, because her name was on the account. Okay. So now the Vanguard retirement account, is she a beneficiary on the account? If she's a beneficiary in an account and she has any stake in the account, she still is within the right. Now, if you want to talk about whether or not she had a right to do so with as far as marital process, I'm gonna tell you something right now. My wife cannot do a $65,000 purchase, finance or not, without talking to me.
That's picking a fight. You
picking a fight. Yeah, you want war.
Yeah. You want out the marriage because I don't know any woman in a right mind. And mind you, I said right mind. I mean, shit, any woman that's respectful would do. That's a large purchase.
But
right?
a divorce, but to answer the question, JT, but a divorce, no. But if she's embezzling money, that's a legal situation. To which, if you are unable to gain control over that situation, then now you're encroaching over legal situations. So that Vanguard of retirement account, if she is not a beneficiary on it and she has no access to it, which the fact that she was able to access it, she has legal authority to be able to do so, which means now you have an issue within the marriage, which in that scenario, you have a situation where it's a situation of respect, which is not grounds for a divorce. It's grounds for a conversation to be had, and rules and standards need to be set from your end. Because I'm gonna tell you something right now, that's not gonna happen in my house.
Yeah. That so divorce.
But divorce, no.
I would say this. Once we had this talk, and if she's it's my money, and and she's trying to justify it, we probably be looking at that shit. But if it was at a point where she was, was like, okay, I had no business doing that. We if you never talked about it, if those grounds, because sometimes we would do something for somebody and it just never, that I wasn't dotted. You know what I'm saying? That I wasn't dotted. And now this is the time that we need to talk about it. But if we've already had a conversation about, look, if we got high dollar items that we need to consult to one another. $65,000. I don't give a damn if you're a millionaire. That's a lot of damn money to be.
We gonna have a conversation.
Yeah. So it's gonna actually be predicated based off of you guys' conversation, her attitude within that conversation, and this is my thing. I don't think the divorce should be a immediate go-to. That's some bullshit. I just don't think that it's an immediate, not for something that can be resolved, especially when we talk about some shit like money.
Correct.
Money can always be made again. It can, it is what it is when it comes down to that. But the deeper issue would be, where's the respect? Where's the accountability at? Her attitude through it. All of these different things. Because you're talking about a wife. You ain't talking about a girlfriend. Shit. It's over with.
Yeah, we gonna have a conversation. I'm gonna tell you something. There gonna be some goddamn consequences, repercussions. I'm gonna tell you something right. I'm gonna tell you something
you
right
got some
now.
explaining to do.
Because man, listen. Go ahead, Sparta.
So
yeah, that's a fight.
I kind of went through a similar situation with my ex. So she went and bought the car behind my back. Okay. First thing she started bitching about is the payments. I can't afford the payments. I go, really? So I go to her. This is the first day. She probably has the car for maybe 4 hours tops. She's really complaining about the payments. I go to her. All right. You know how we have your bills and my bills? She goes, yeah. So you're taking more bills on, right? I go, no. No, nice try. I went to her. So I went to her. This is what has going to happen. I go to her. You're already drowning credit card debt, and that's your responsibility because you jacked your credit cards. You are going to pay your car. I will not pay for the car. Eventually, I did help her because I'm not that much an asshole. But I wanted her to struggle first, to her come to me kind of crawling in a way. I know it's kind of fucked up. I'm saying that is saying, listen, I fucked up. I shouldn't have done this behind your back. I should have waited 6 months, and then we should have went together and had that conversation, because I could have negotiated a little better than she did. She picked up, I wanted a white car, I wanted a Highlander, I want this, and this in it. But she didn't even say, okay, how much? Here's sign. She didn't realize what she signed to it till she got home. I don't know how they do it in DR, but in America, we read what we sign. Like, it's, you read the fine print a little bit. So divorce, now I don't want to say divorce, but they will be a long talk, and will be, listen, you gotta figure it out. You purchase it, you still have to pay the bills in the house, and now you add another bill. That's on you. Can you afford it or not? That's really my business right now. Like, you didn't ask me about the car. Why is it my business if you can afford it now? So when you're ready to come to have a conversation and tell me, listen, I fucked up, then I can maybe help you out.
Yeah, that conversation, I'm gonna tell you right now, being who the person I am, for one, I probably will be baffled. I'll probably be like, I don't even want to talk about this right now. You know how you get a chance where you be like, if I say something right now, it's gonna make it bad.
Yep.
It's kind of like with, I always tell women this. There's this thing that's right behind me, and that motherfucker is called consequence. Now, I'm not vindictive. I'm not a person that try to get even or anything. I'm just a man. And me being the man that I am is all hell to pay. It's not a comfortable thing. One thing that I had to be comfortable with is being a man that's not comfortable to my woman when she has me, when we are in a space like that. I'm normally a loving dude. I'm a guy that loves to, I like, if she wants some shit, I don't like really celebrating holidays, right? I don't care nothing about it. She want to celebrate a holiday, okay, fuck it. I'm with you. It's like, I'm one of those guys, but when it's certain things that I'm like, nope, this is it. And when you go against that, it's just all hell to pay. There's a thing with me that will make a woman uncomfortable until she's comfortable, because she's going to say, I know he ain't going to go for this shit. And she's not going to do it. But if she said, I know he's not going to go for it, but I'm going to do it anyway, and I'm going to suffer the consequences, it's all hell to pay. I'm just not, I never wanted to be labeled as a nice guy, right? I'm a good dude. I'm fair. I'm a likable guy, but I'm not a pushover.
Correct.
By any means. It's a very uncomfortable feeling to have when we are in turmoil with each other, right? That's just because of my makeup. So normally the woman that's with me, she don't want those problems, right?
Nope.
She wants to have unity, and she wants things to be, like, especially it's a time where we're not really speaking to each other. She don't want that.
No.
That's where you'll see the other side of me. I hate when you're not really saying anything. Because I say, because we still got to have the house, got to still do what it got to do. We still got to communicate with each other.
Right.
But woo.
And
I'm
JT,
a military man. I'm straightforward. You ask me a question, I'm going to give you a straight answer, and nothing else is going to follow with it.
Yep.
But when we don't have that, it's all, you got the joking, you got the, the lovey-dovey. I love kissing and hugging, smacking on the booty type of guy. You know what I'm saying? I like to have it. I like it where she knows that, for instance, with my family, my woman, my mother, and my daughters can pretty much get anything out of me. They can just do it, but they know how to do it, because certain things I'd be like, no, I ain't doing that. No, we ain't good. That's not what's about to happen. But then they know how to, approach me with it. And then we good to go. I'm a man. You know what I'm saying? I'm just not one of those guys where I'm one way. He's just a hard ass. Nah, but it can be very uncomfortable being around me when you are in a pretentious situation with me. So let's not go there.
That's correct.
Because I'm gonna give you respect, and I just what we talked about earlier, boss man. Command it. That's just what it is. You can't demand it, because if you demand it, you're actually trying to compromise shit. Why won't you be submissive? I ain't never asked a woman to be. I've never even had a submissive conversation with a woman I'm in a relationship with.
You know, the only reason why I would ever suggest that anyone demand something is not in a direct, like, you're going to do this. I don't think in the entire time that I've been with my wife for the entirety of 10 years, because we weren't married the entire time, obviously, I've never actually said those words in that tone. My level of demanding has always been in the mindset of a proffer. What I mean by proffering, I mean giving context to a scenario, to a situation. So it's like, hey, all right, so listen, this is what I need, and here's why. Because you require this of me, and I give this to you, then I show this to you, and you are requiring this of me in receptivity.
I got you. Yeah.
So I'm expecting reciprocity.
Yeah, I get it on that sense. Yes, absolutely.
That's what I'm talking about when I say demand it. Yeah. Because sometimes things can't just be understood in a commanding presence.
Yes, absolutely.
Because then what can be used against you is, well, you never said it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I don't ever see you see the sneaky shit. Here's what women will do. Women love to do this shit. They love to say, well, how would I know if I didn't say, if you didn't say it? But then they always expect for you to know some shit when they didn't say it.
Yeah. Well, you already know that's how it goes.
So I implore.
Okay.
I implore. You see, I implore a feminine tactic in a masculine manner. I actually document and track shit. When my wife does things, I actually take it on the chin, or I take a chink on the armor, just to be able to have material. Are you copying the link? Okay. I take it on the chin as a chink of armor, just to be able to have material. I have a timestamp. I almost have a concept. I have like almost like a regulation in a sense, right? And then all I need is a time and a place. Usually whenever the guard is let down. And then what ends up happening is when I'm ready to unleash, the first thing women generally do is throw up a defense. And the defense is usually what? A deflection. That's not true. Is it? Is it not? Well, on this day, at this time, you did this. And not only did you do that, you did it on this day, and this day. You cannot refute when you have material, when you have a pattern. You know something, babe? I've noticed a pattern with you.
Yeah.
If you do that a number of times, what ends up happening is it doesn't seem as if you are responding, just like a firecracker. You know those firecrackers, you hit the ground and it pops when you hit it?
Oh, a popper.
Oh, one of those poppers. Yeah.
Yeah. You don't come off like that, because that's what women do.
Yeah.
That means, so now when I come to her, it's almost as if she already knows that I've been thinking about it. I've been ruminating over it for quite some time. I'm not always a flaring lion all the time, just constantly rah, 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 rah. And she hates it because she knows I'm right.
Right. All right,
So
we got somebody in the back. It's a new guy. You gonna bring him up?
oh, he has a mask on.
All right. So go ahead. You can bring him up right now. Vigilant Armory, is he up?
No, he's not up. But what's
No, I
what's
got
with
that. I got the. No, I put that up there just to see because we don't know. See if he, because we don't really know who he is. Let's see who he is.
All right. Vigilant, can you say something?
Is he up?
Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Cool. How's it going, everybody?
It's going all right.
We're good. How are you?
So you guys are talking about manliness, is that, or accountability?
Accountability is what we're talking about. Absolutely, in a relationship.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I think, really it all boils down to like being a man-led family and not this kind of like lesbian relationship where, it's like equal parts. Like women want to be led, they don't want to be married to some guy that's not going to take responsibility,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So what would you say in a marriage though, when it comes down to, are you married?
I am.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So in the topic of conversation, I brought up different elements of accountability relative to men being able to maintain and exude accountability, but also women exuding some level of accountability relative to the female perspective. What are your thoughts on men being maintaining accountability as a leader and emulating that as an example or exemplary for the woman? And what are your thoughts on the woman also, or the wife also embodying what the man is emulating?
Well, I think the woman should always, follow the man's example, right? Like if the man's not setting a good example, like he can't really expect his family to follow along. Like when I got married, I told my wife I was going to quit like tobacco products, right? And it's like we got married and it's like I still hadn't quit, and we had a kid on the way. And it's like, man, like if I don't take responsibility for like my life and my lifestyle, like my kids are going to see this and they're going to say, hey, because dad does it, it's okay. And they're going to be following that example of even the bad stuff that I do. And it really kind of like scared me into quitting tobacco. And I'm so glad that I did, because I had no idea how much kids just look at their dad and just emulate everything they do. I mean that kid, like he looks up to me and just every little thing that, if I'm working in the garage or something, he wants to get his hands on those tools. He wants to be a part of it. So it's like, just imagine all the bad things that you do in your life. Like your kids are watching that and they want to emulate that. And I mean, same thing with your wife. Like if you're, involved in pornography or just, these things, these traps that men fall into, like your wife is going to follow you down those dark roads. Like if you're texting other women, you can't really expect your wife not to be texting other men. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I mean, yeah, if following the example, if your wife is indeed a mirror of yourself, if you are emulating, if you are exuding something that is not exemplary, then yes, you could probably expect for your wife to also emulate what you are doing as well. It's hard to expect something different than what you are portraying or putting out. I can agree with that, and it's kind of sort of the point that I'm saying when it comes to taking accountability for yourself or to the person that you are holding yourself accountable to, especially if, again, you are supposed to be the leader or you're supposed to be the head of the union of the actual relationship or marriage in itself. So what I was trying to get out was basically less of the finger pointing and understanding the elements of accountability itself, which is awareness, acknowledgement, and of course, adjusted action. and not so much pointing fingers and avoiding inward accountability or inward acknowledgement and awareness. Essentially, the whole point of it all. But the other component is understanding why accountability is so hard for men and women to understand or to embody. And I took it a bit further to address the 3 components of accountability, which would be general, relational, and societal. And taking it a bit further, whenever you have society basically treating accountability differently between the 2 sexes, you know, from childhood all the way through adolescence into adulthood, then you end up with a situation where both sexes, I guess, opinion or perception of accountability looks different from their perspective, which then bleeds into the relational part from the society's kind of influence. What do you think?
Well, I think if like let's examine like the friend groups, right? I mean, if you're hanging around with people that are cheating on their spouses, going out to clubs, hooking up with people, living that kind of that fast and loose lifestyle, you can't expect your spouse not to be influenced by that, or you to be influenced by that, for that matter. I'm like, you are influenced by the people that you surround yourself with. So it's like, once you enter that committed relationship of marriage, you should really start to examine your friend circles and be like, you know, are these people that I still want to be around, or that are going to encourage, you know, a positive lifestyle, versus, or are they going to just drag me into some weird sex cult, you know?
Oh,
okay, that one left.
Well, and I use that extreme because so I'm originally from Alaska, and there's just so much weird stuff out there. Like,
Well, there's something to do out there.
yeah, but it's not just in Alaska. I mean, I'm in Dallas now, and it's weird here too, you know.
I think more a United States thing lately, because everything is going downhill. Is, hey, I got nothing to do. Let me get a horse to fuck me in the ass instead, or some shit like that. Yes, I said it, boss man. Like I hear, like, because I'm in a dating scene and I hear some weird fucking shit. Like, I know one girl goes, I spoke to a girl. She was like, I like when a guy pisses at me. Like, what? I hear some weird shit, bro. Like, oh, would you fuck me? You and your dad fuck me at the same time, kind of thing. Like,
who are you meeting, Sparta? Who you meeting, man?
What are you doing, guys? What is going on?
In Stroudsburg, PA, there's some weird shit up here. It's nothing to do like most places, like he's at, but Jesus is like up here is like something's in the water. That's why I drink bottled water. I don't drink tap water. I put something in the water.
Sparta, my 2 cents for you, and I mean, just take this with a grain of salt, because I'm nobody, you don't know who I am or anything like that. Yeah. But maybe you should evaluate where you're looking for dates. You know, because it's like,
I'll be straight up with that.
Maybe you should go to church. You know what I'm saying? Like, just, like, I mean,
fucked up part is like, dude, but everybody is married. That is the issue I've been having. Like I want to meet a nice Greek, just church girl, but she's fucking married. Why gotta be at a church that everybody's married? Why can't I have like a hot single creepy girl for me?
Maybe it's time to hit the third world countries, man. Like, you know, I made a pact with myself that if I hit 30 and I wasn't married, and I remained a virgin until I was married. Probably not surprising, but
good for you.
You know, if I hit 30 and I wasn't married, I was going to go overseas and, you know, get like an Asian wife or a Russian wife or something like that. And the summer I turned 30 is when I married my wife, and I'm so happy that I didn't have to like continue down that single road, man, because things have only just got more brutal and more weird. And I mean, I look at all my single friends right now, and I weep for them, man, because it's hard. It's a hard life out there. You know what I mean?
Like, I have a process of elimination. Like, you know, if it feels great online, then I go to text, and I go on a phone call. From phone call, I go to FaceTime, then I meet. And in that process, I have questions I ask. And usually, not a lot of chicks make it to the meat part. Out of chicks, I mean, maybe 1% make it that far. Now, if you can make it for the second and third time, that's number drops even lower and drop lower and lower and lower. So a possibility actually me seeing you more than one time is literally like 99% one. That's how low it is.
How many people nowadays are even genuinely, going on the dates for legitimate reasons, and how many are just trying to take advantage of you for their money?
Yeah, that's what we were saying before. Yeah.
And like a lot of them, like I was saying earlier, like it's no hunt in the game anymore, no game in the game. Like like I meet them and like, can we go back to your place? I'm like, no. Oh, that's why. No, I'm good, thanks. And
she's for the streets.
And here's the fucked up part. Used to be back in the day, men did not want to use condoms. Now it's the other way around. Women don't want to use condoms, but men do. Every guy I talk to is like, I'm okay with using condoms because I don't want to know a little rug running around. But guess what? They don't want to use condoms now. They say, I'm on birth control. I don't need to use that. Are you really?
This is crazy to me. I'm gonna say this, and then we can give closing thoughts. But I'm gonna say this. Understanding that what you just said, Sparta, is amazing to me, because you will literally have a panel of women who will say and proclaim to men how great they are, which women are great. Okay, we won't deny that, but they'll say that because of what they have to go through with their bodies, because of giving birth and so on and so forth, that's why they should be treated special, so on and so forth, which to some degree I won't deny that either. But all of that, and you don't understand what it's like to be a woman. We have to give birth, we got to do all this, yada 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 yada, woe is me, I'm a woman, right? But you'd prefer to have consensual sex without a condom, and I presume it's because of how different it feels when you juxtapose it to the feeling with a condom. You would rather take that risk of the medical diagnosis of having a child, or I'm sorry, having a fetus that is parasitizing within your body, that is causing a metamorphic change within your body and creating all kinds of potential, medical conditions. You would rather risk all that for a feeling. Am I getting that right?
Yeah.
And I'm a man talking about the potentiality of your hips going through hip dysplasia. Okay.
Your abdomen being torn.
A needle this damn big going through the L3 or L between L1 and L5 of your lumbar section of your spine.
How about that the epidural?
I know, yep, epidural. Okay. All right. The potential of having to sew the space between the vagina and your anus because they split you open. I mean, I had to watch all that. I mean, I thought it was pretty cool, but I had to watch all that. Yeah. Okay. I helped pull my son out of my wife. So I understand. I've seen it all. I saw them sew her. So I understand. I got it.
Yeah.
Now you want to go through all that, and you want to say that this is the reason why you have to need all this attention, all this special care, and all this, and this is why all these things. But you don't want to do the things necessary to avoid that risk because it feels good.
Thank you.
And you want us to do what? Because you don't want to take the responsibility to avoid accountability.
Word. Absolutely.
Final thoughts, gentlemen.
Absolutely.
Well, I think as a king, and as as a man that's trying to lead his family or future family, in Sparta's case, since he's not married, it's like you know, don't be just giving your seed out to these harlots, man. Just, you know, keep it in your pants and, you know, just focus on, you know, making yourself somebody worth marrying, and, you know, it'll happen eventually if, you know, but if you're out there hooking up with weirdos and it becomes less and less likely.
Why vigilant? Because of this.
These hoes ain't loyal. You gotta.
Yeah, no, that's exactly it. I mean, it's in the name, right? It's like they're either there for the money or something else. So you just gotta.
They
I
gonna
don't
get
know.
something out of it.
It's like there was a story my mom used to tell us about her friend Brenda, and Brenda had had 4 husbands, and the first husband she'd had 2 kids with and then divorced. She married the divorce lawyer from that divorce, had a kid with him, then married the judge from that divorce, had a kid with him, and then married then this new guy was trying to marry her, and he had 2 kids from another marriage, and everybody was telling her, like, man, just stay away from her, she's bad news. He's like, no, we're in love. So he worked on the North Pole, so he'd be like home for 2 weeks and then gone away from at work for 2 weeks, right? So they got married and ended up having a kid together, and she just spent all of his money. And so he ended up, you know, down the road having this heart to heart with her. He's like, Brenda, you know, we can't be living this lifestyle. You gotta either, you know, get a job or change what we're spending, but we'll talk about it when I come back from work, right? So he goes to the airport, his kids come home from school, and they're like, Dad, the house is empty. And he's like, what do you mean it's empty? And they're like, there's not even toilet paper on the roll. So he comes home, I mean, there's no handles on the cabinets, the little tube that holds the toilet paper roll on there. And it was, and the divorce papers on the table, man. It's like, anyway, you gotta
You're wicked. You're wicked. That's right.
And that's what we said earlier into our video. We were talking about that whole thing of dedication, the horror stories that men hear as we go up, and this is where I tend to not believe that we are frightened. You know, we use that word, but I think it's hyperbole. I think we're starting to be a little more cautious because we see where that can get us. And all it takes is for us pretty much to have one bad situation. But I don't think it frightens us. I think we just start to move a little bit different. Because I was just listening to a lot of men, and they was like, yeah, we're scared. I don't like to use those words. It's just at a point where when you really look at it as a whole, men just don't see an end goal to marriage, understandably. And this is why we have to have these conversations, because that story that you just told, man, it just showed that woman she couldn't even be dedicated to the kids. Damn, the roll of toilet paper she took up out of there. And I didn't know, being in the military, I have some stories that we Veterans Day is about to come up, and I have some stories on and I think I'm gonna do it on Black Men Unfiltered and on my channel too, called War Stories. And everybody that has been in the military, we will be able to give our stories and talk about our adventures in the military, man. So and I got some stories, some real ones too, man. But boss man, I appreciate you, brother. Like always overdo it. I cannot get out of here on time, no matter who.
I try. I really do. I really do try. And my son was crying. My wife had to get him earlier. I was trying to do it before he woke up. That way she wouldn't have to get him. But it is what it is. I mean, the conversation went where it went. I never intend for my shows to ever cross, past like 12:30, but apparently they do. And
that's just what it is. I get over here. Yeah.
I'm going to make it very brief and very fast. When these women come on these panels, just be honest with us for once in your life. Like, don't say we're good women. We don't do this. We don't do that because we know you're full of fucking shit. Let's be straight up here. Because we hear it all the time, and when you're actually on the streets, we're meeting you. You're not what we are expecting. So just be honest with yourself. Be straight. You might get more out of us if you're honest and straight. And then we find out you're lying. Hey, by the way, I have 3 kids I forgot to tell you about, kind of thing. Like, yeah, I kind of need to know that. Or I have 6 big baby daddies that I told you about. Or I'm this, I'm that. Whatever the case is, just be honest. Yeah. You're most likely to get a better man out of us because you're straight up and honest with us. I'm gonna leave it at that.
All right. Well, that is it, everybody. I appreciate everybody for coming through, stopping by and commenting and listening to me gab about this topic here. This was a doozy, and we're going to continue this conversation and talk about the different elements of the battle between the sexes, between men and women, or male and female, to be more precise. I want to thank everyone for coming out. Valiant, nice to meet you, sir. It's good to see you. Please come back anytime. We have something here for everybody. Monday through, I think it's Monday through Sunday for the most part. Tomorrow.
Yeah, all 7 days. We have something over here.
We have tomorrow. We have grown ass women. Friday we have the barbershop. Every other couple of Saturdays we have the Miss Jenny. Honest conversation with the housewife. I do believe, right? Mm-hmm. That's for Saturday. Every Sunday we have the gray area with yours truly, with Sparta HQ Network and Mr. Bennett. Mondays we have the Boomer giving you the old man's perspective of life. Okay,
Mr.
And the world, Mr. Payne. All right, and then we have Monday, Mayhem Monday with Embrace the Grace. Shout out to Embrace the Grace. Tuesday, Flipping Tables with the man, BMU, and the velvet voice of YouTube, Mr. Lost in Translation. And then, of course, Wednesday, we have the one-on-one sports show with Mr. Bennett and Coach Ferg. All right, shout out to Coach Ferg and Mr. Bennett again. And then myself tonight, every Wednesday, Stand on Business, where we talk about things that's going on in our society on a objective basis. Hey, look, I want to thank everyone for coming out. Please make sure you like, share, and subscribe if you haven't already. And like I always tell everyone, think a little bit deeper. Look into it. Think objectively. And whatever you do and whatever you believe and think, make sure you stand on that shit. Stand on business. And we out of here.
Peace.
It's going down like a rodeo. It's going down like I told you so. It's going down like a rodeo. It's going down like I told you so. I hope you're all here for the ride. Come inside, cause it's going down tonight. Only here for one night, no lies. Come and saddle up a ride. Need a yeehaw, you know how here for one night and we just wanna party. In a fast car, a Ferrari. It's a push start, I don't need a car key. Slide on Broadway, and it's gnarly. On a late night, but I'm not tardy. Right on time for the parties and Barbies. Strolling with a chunk of green like a golf swing. Hey, 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 hey. Bottles on ice, mess around these skates. Hey, hey, hey. If I gotta say it twice, then I got nothing to say. It's going down like a rodeo. It's going down like I told you so. It's going down like a rodeo. It's going down like I told you so. I hope you're all here for the ride. Come inside, cause it's going down tonight. Only here for one night, no lies. Come and saddle up a ride. Come and kiss me up, it's going down. Like a train with no brakes, I'm not slowing down. See it showing up, we're showing out. But I pack it